Just like the sunrise needs the sky, just like the blackbird needs to fly, I gotta have you by my side, 'cause you make me feel alright. I know some people who play it cool, but baby, I ain't that kind of fool. When I'm with you, girl, there ain't no rules, 'cause you make me feel alright. I thank my lucky stars that life turned out this way. No matter where we are, I know this love is here to stay. Well, I've seen good times and
Hey, I just took a bite of food. How's everybody doing? Is it gonna start at 8? Hey, you're fine. You're fine, Angelo. Hey, Cassie. Hey, I'm better. Queen Bee here? Oh, good. I just wanted to had to put Gia to sleep last week. Okay, Queen. I got that wrong. I'm sorry. Hey, Ninny. I must have read the message wrong. Wow, I'm so sorry. So let me look. You kind of took over, Andrew. Had to get my dog from daycare. Oh no, he got very hurt. Oh no. What happened? Let me check on Court TV. Well, does anybody know what time it's going to start? He should be fine. Well, I'm glad. I hate when our fur babies get sick. I have breakfast here, so not the kind of breakfast if it gets cold. I thought the trial would start. Yeah, I have it. I have it ready to go, but it looks like nothing is going on. Hi, little minx. I had another thing. Let me find it. Yesterday that I thought was pretty funny. I don't know if I have it in here. Let me see. See if I can find it. No. Why? Okay, well, that sucks. Okay. No, they've not. Well, yeah, I know they haven't started. I'm wondering when they're going to start. Megyn Kelly did a funny short yesterday. I know it was on Twitter. Hmm. I guess the editor is going to work now. Hey, Elaine. Morning. We could watch a quick recap of, but I don't want to miss day 3 continues. Doesn't say when it starts. My nose is running. Great. Morning. You, what are you doing? In or out? In or out? You gotta pick. What else is going on? Half day court, probably till like 1. Oh, I can't. No. The conspiracy. I know, Elaine. I know. And not even a conspiracy that you could like brag about later, you know? High roads. He's dumb. I think she hit him. At the rate Lally's going, I don't think he's going to prove murder too. I think probably, if anything, manslaughter. Unless he's got a. God damn, how'd I cut myself? Unless he has her on video going back to the scene and, you know, checking on him and going, yep, he did. So it's the only way I know he can get murdered too. Because I don't think she did it on purpose. Because I think she would have hit him, you know, more straight on. Is Queen still in here? She'll probably fire up alive too. Let me check my messages. Let's see. Hmm. Um, on the verge of dying. Okay. So, yeah, I did read that wrong, I guess. She said her chihuahua was on the verge of dying. Had to rush her to the vet. She was dehydrated and puking. Puking and not eating. Her blood sugar was low. Okay. God, Queen. I couldn't even look at her in her little crate because I read that to say, and I wouldn't go back up because I can't see dogs that are going. A friend of mine sent me her baby. She goes, I'm here. I have to put her down. Put her down. And I'm like, I felt so bad after I said it. I said, no, that triggers people that have had to put their pets down. I can't do it. I can't even look at mine because I did take video of him when I went and had him put down, and I still can't even look at his ashes. And it's been almost 2 years. So sometimes there are babies, you know. Nothing yet from Guess we'll hear it when it comes on. The fan stopped moving. I don't know. Court is starting. Let's see. It's not starting on Court TV. We still have a fan. Retrial. Yellow Cottage Tales is streaming it. He was going to stream it with me, but I don't know what happened. Oh, it is starting. I'll be damned. Okay. There we go.
Superior Court within Fuller County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall reserve.
Okay, can everybody see it? Let me know green.
Your Honor, this is 22-82117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record, starting with the Commonwealth?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth.
Can
Good
you
morning,
see
Your
it,
Honor.
Kathy?
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Elizabeth Little also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Morning, Judge David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Morning,
Okay,
Mr.
thank-
Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Tuesday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. So, jurors, from time to time, I will give you instructions or talk to you for a few minutes about how you evaluate evidence. So I just want to take a couple of minutes today. It's part of my job, where my job is to teach the jury about the law. So in considering the testimony of any witness, please remember that questions are not evidence. Only the answers, which are in fact the only part of the exchange between the lawyer and the witness that are given under oath, are evidence. So if a witness is asked, isn't it true that after you learned that your uncle left you money in his will, you poisoned him? And the witness answers no. Based solely on that question and that answer, there's no evidence that the witness has an uncle, that the uncle had a will, that the uncle left the witness money, that the witness knew that he did, or that the witness poisoned him. So going forward, I want you to consider the evidence in that regard. Also, there were videos shown to you, and I expect that throughout the course of this trial, there'll be many more videos shown to you. These videos are evidence, and there's audio on these. So what the video shows is for you folks to decide, not me, not any of the lawyers. What an audio recording says is for you to decide, not me, not any of the lawyers, because you find the facts. That's your job. We all have different jobs, but finding the facts in the case is your job. Okay, so with that, please get the Commonwealth's witness back on the stand, Mr. Flamati. Jim, swear him in again, please. Thank you.
Just watch your step forward. I just need you to raise your right hand one more time. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury the case now and here Should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Your Honor, before I begin, may I just approach the witness to return Exhibit 1?
Sure.
From the court? Thank you. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Now, firefighter Flamati. I believe when we had left off the other day, you had arrived in the area of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct? Correct. And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you do upon your arrival? So on arrival, positioning the apparatus is going to be our most important thing, trying to figure out where our patient is and parking our apparatus close enough, especially at nighttime, that we can light up the scene as well as we can. Try and figure out how to approach a scene, because if we have to trek equipment farther distances, it can slow our response down. So we try and make sure our arrival and positioning is as best as we can put it. And as far as positioning in reference to when you first are sort of pulling up on the scene, where are you in the ambulance again? So I would have been the passenger of the ambulance. Usually the tech that's leading into the call will sit on the passenger side to try and mentally get ready for what's going on, whether it's reviewing protocols or just trying to assess the information coming across the radio so you can update your treatment plan as much as you can before you even see the victim. And when the ambulance comes to a stop or it's parked in your position, where is, what if anything do you see sort of as far as the scene is concerned? So we have our fire apparatus that are helping light up the scene, but we also have two female parties going by to the victim on the side of the road, and going back and forth between that person and the side of the road. And from the position when you first arrived, are you able to see the person on the side of the road? You can see a shape of a person, so we know that's where the patient is, because we reported that there was a party on the side of the road. So seeing a body shape, that clued us that that was where we were headed. In addition to the ambulance that you're in, how many other vehicles are on scene when you get there? When I get there, I believe it is Engine 3 and Car 5. And beyond sort of the vehicles from your department, what, if any, other vehicles do you see when you get there? If I remember correctly, it was just a personal vehicle. I don't remember if there's any police cars on scene at that time. And from your orientation when you pull up, where is the body positioned? To your left, your right, or something? To my left. And so after the ambulance is positioned, what do you do? So then it's going to be bringing all the equipment over to the patient's side to be able to extricate them from that situation, whether it's a house or a street or a road. We assess where they are, and then the best tools to get them out into the ambulance to be able to work effectively on the patient. When you proceed over to, now again, at some point subsequent later on, are you able to identify who the person on the ground is? Yes. We will try and get a general idea of the age of the patient, the positioning of the patient, how they were found, and then when we get them into the ambulance, we can start identifying ways to register that patient in the emergency room. So identifiers, whether it's a license or witnesses, or we try and figure out who they are so they can get registered at the hospital. And at some point, were you able to identify who this person was? That's correct. His wallet was in his pocket, and we were able to grab his license. And who were you able to identify? That was John O'Keefe. And so with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, when you first observed him on the ground, how far away from the street or the roadway is he at that point? I'd say approximately 10 feet away from the road. And how is he positioned as far as how is his body positioned on? I have to review, but I believe he was supine on his back. And just in general terms, first, when you're responding to a call of this nature, what are some of the protocols or that you were speaking about? What is it that you're seeking to do or assess when you first arrived?
So we're trying to determine if it's a cardiac arrest, that whether it's a viable transport or workable arrest. We have certain protocols within the Massachusetts protocols for whether we work the patient or we relieve the patient on scene. It's a police matter if there's injuries not sustainable with life. So we're trying to make that assessment before we make any decisions.
Let me stop you there just for 1 second. You use a term as far as cardiac arrest. Based on your training and experience, what do you understand that term?
So cardiac arrest, to the best of my knowledge, is just the cessation of electrical and mechanical activity in the cardiac muscle. So the cardiac muscle pumps blood throughout the body, and when that stops, all life stops after that.
Now, in particular reference to the conditions, the weather conditions that you find yourself in, what, if anything else, is sort of on the scale or spectrum in regard to diagnosis of this?
So cardiac arrest, depending on where they're found, we try and figure out what led them to be at that point. So we're looking at weather conditions as well. That can also affect viability of resuscitation. So due to the extreme weather, extreme cold, we'll attempt resuscitation on that patient due to the fact that it'll prolong viability of the arrest or ability to recover from cardiac arrest afterwards. So weather is definitely a key factor in where they are found.
And you're familiar with the term based on your training experience called hypothermia?
Correct.
And so what, if any, sort of relationship does cardiac arrest have? Well, let me ask you this first. What is your understanding of the term hypothermia?
Exposure to extreme cold that lowers your core and extremity temperatures down to a below 95 degrees usually.
And what, if any, interplay is there between hypothermia and cardiac arrest?
So like I said before, it'll prolong how long, it'll preserve the body after arrest. So if somebody's found in like a cold water situation, there's been multiple reports of patients recovering after being drowned in cold water for up to an hour. So viability is definitely improved by the cold weather.
As far as viability is concerned, you talk about in your assessment. What are sort of the steps that go into your assessment?
So we're looking at obvious signs of death. So we're looking at exposure of brain matter. We're looking at traumatic injuries, decapitation, things that would basically be non-life sustainable. We're looking at signs of lividity and rigor to basically show us how long the patient has been down for.
And the age of a particular patient, what, if any, relationship does that have to your assessment?
So it'll show the extent of frailty the patient has. If somebody's an elderly patient, severe cancer patient, their ability to sustain a cardiac event like that is less. So somebody that's younger or middle-aged will have a much better chance of recovery afterwards. But that would really be the only key that we're looking at.
And what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe during your assessment of him initially?
Just that he was a middle-aged male, and that was all we had.
And as far as the other things that you were talking about, as far as viability or resuscitation, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to Mr. O'Keefe in regard to that?
So with viability, we were looking at any rigidity or rigor in the body or lividity or separation of blood. You would have a pooling of blood or bruising, it would look like, at the lower parts of the body, depending on how the person's positioned, basically. If they're supine, you'd have positioning or pooling underneath the body. And then you would have stiffness of the arms, legs, jaw, neck. To be able to move the body, we're looking to, if they don't have those things present, it's another check mark of saying this is viable, we can work this.
And specifically as it applies to your assessment of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, do you recall in regard to that initial assessment as far as viability?
So his limbs were able to be moved, jaw was able to be moved. The posterior of his body was red, so not the indicative of lividity that we're looking for. So we termed it to be a viable arrest and continue to work.
You mentioned as far as sort of gathering your equipment, bringing it over to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, equipment did you gather?
So equipment initially is going to be our scoop stretcher to be able to pick the patient up, break apart, put it underneath him. We have our first in bag, an airway bag, cardiac monitor. We'll bring all that over to the patient's side to be able to do as much as we can in that situation. But due to the weather, we wanted to get him out of the weather, because that was one of the things that was hurting him at that point, is getting him into the warmer ambulance and beginning the warming process. So get into an area where we can assess the patient thoroughly with good lighting, and to be able to expose the patient, begin the warming process.
And when you go over to where Mr. O'Keefe is, about 10 feet off the roadway, who, if anyone, from your department goes along with you?
So I have Matt Kelly with me and Tim Nuttall. I also have Frank Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and Greg Woodbury, and Captain Robbery.
And as far as this sort of initial assessment on the ground with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, were sort of each of those respective people doing with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I'd have to review specific interventions as far as who did what, when. But that's why we document things immediately afterwards, so it's all fresh. So CPR was initiated by me, and ALS assessment as well. So I can go over individual interventions if you'd like, but it's really your call.
And for the record, sir, you're looking at exhibit number 160. And what page of that are you looking at?
It says 2 of 5 of my EMS report, but there's also the NFIRS report on the top as well.
So initially, when you go over to Mr. O'Keefe, how many other people are sort of in that area at that time?
So in the area, we have the first responders, and then we have the 2 female parties on scene.
Where were the 2 females in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
So as we're approaching the scene, they were kind of in between us and the patient. So we tried to gather as much information as we could from them as we could.
So once you make that determination as far as viability of resuscitative efforts, sort of specifically, what are you and the other firefighters doing in regard to those efforts with Mr. O'Keefe?
So we're beginning CPR. We're trying to establish good quality CPR, get the patient onto our stretcher, begin an IO, start medication, start ventilating the patient. All this, all of the conditions that the body has, we're trying to remedy through intervention. So we're trying to breathe for the patient. We're starting to press on his chest to do CPR to cause his cardiac muscle to compress, spread blood through the heart, cardiac muscle, cerebral brain. And we're trying to reverse what's happening in the body.
Now, as far as when Mr. O'Keefe, you observed him on the ground, what, if any, snow did you observe on or around him in that area?
So snow was probably up to the mid-axillary point. So we're looking at probably halfway up his rib point. Top of his body was clear.
And do you know about how much snow was covering his body up to the mid-axillary?
I'd say probably about 4 inches, 4 to 6 inches.
Now, as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe when he's on the ground, what, if any, observations did you make as far as how he was dressed?
For the exposure, I'd say he was pretty underdressed. Long sleeve t-shirt, jeans, nothing really substantial to be out in that type of weather.
And at this point, or any subsequent point, what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe's footwear?
By the time so our first priority is obviously going to be treating the patient. His clothes do matter, but it's on the list of priorities, not huge. So by the time we figured out he was missing one of his shoes, we were already at the hospital at that point.
And do you recall which of his shoes he was missing?
I don't.
And as far as that missing shoe, was that something that you or any of the other firefighters, paramedics would have needed to have removed on scene pursuant to any sort of treatment?
Nothing would have been done through the feet. It would have been just exposure of the patient to see possibly the extent of frostbite, if it had started affecting his extremities, fingers, nose, that type of thing, hypothermic reaction there.
Would that be something that would have been removed by one of you or one of the other firefighters while he was on the ground?
If it would have been removed, both of them would have been removed to assess that. It wouldn't do much good to just remove one and leave it there on scene.
Now, as far as the two females that you observed, did they sort of remain in the same position you initially observed them? Did they move around or something else?
They kind of cleared a little bit away from the scene. I would say they moved off to the right of the apparatus so we could work on the patient at that time.
And what, if any, conversation or what, if anything, did you ask either of those two?
So how the patient was found and what brought them to that situation is critical. So we're trying to figure out as much information past medical history that we can of the patient. So we're trying to find somebody who has knowledge of the event. So as we approach the scene, begin to talk to one of the females. What is going on? Why are they there? Just what happened?
And you say you're speaking to one of the two females, is that correct?
That's correct.
You see any of those females in the courtroom today?
That's correct. Miss Reed.
Could you just identify as to where Ms. Reed is seated or an article of clothing?
Right there.
I can just ask the record reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, with regard to one of the two females that you were talking to, was that Ms. Reed or was that somebody else?
That was Miss Reed.
And why, if at all, were you talking to her versus one of the other females that you observed?
She seemed to be the one that was most personally affected by it, so figured she'd had the most information about why the person was there.
And what, if any, observations did you make of her in regard to your conclusion that she was the one who seemed the most personally affected by it?
She was the most distressed on scene, obviously upset, so personally related to or had a relationship with the person.
Before we get to any conversations, what, if anything, did you observe Ms. Reed or any of the females doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first started to come up to the scene?
So I would characterize it as an attempted resuscitation. She was attempting to do CPR, but due to the erratic behavior, she was running back and forth between the other female on scene and the body, back and forth, trying to press on his chest, wake him up, talk to him, just to no avail.
And as far as your conversation with Ms. Reed, what, if any, questions did you ask in regard to the demographics or anything else?
So do you have any information of who this is? How are they here? Tried to get any type of information we could from her at that time, but with no luck.
When you say with no luck, what, if anything, what, if any, response did you receive from Ms. Reed in regard to your question?
So the only response that I was personally given was just, I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him.
And when she's saying, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him, how loudly is she saying that?
So she was within 2 feet of me, but very loud. Any type of follow-up questioning, did you hit him with your hand? Did you kick him? What happened? She just repeated the phrase over and over again, I hit him, I hit him.
And just to be clear, where does this conversation occur?
This was as we're bringing equipment over to the patient. The interventions are going to be started basically by whoever gets over to the scene first. I'm trying to gather information as a lead paramedic to try and coordinate interventions and therapy to kind of holistically be the team leader in that situation and treat and transport the patient. So it was on approach to the patient, probably halfway between the ambulance and the patient.
And with regard to that treatment of Mr. O'Keefe, and you referenced it earlier being within your report, what were sort of those steps or what, if anything, did you and the other firefighters do with regard to treatment? Before you answer that, Your Honor, may I request, may the witness just refer to his EMS report as he goes?
Yes, if need be.
Thank you. So We try and document through our flow chart of all of the interventions that we're doing. So CPR is obviously going to be our first priority. CPR is initiated, unchanged but successful in the actual intervention itself, no complications. We do our ALS assessment that we talked about of any further indications of this is not a viable arrest. We determined it was a viable arrest and we move on. Then we're going to start, we refer to it as a bag valve mask at 15 liters per minute on oxygen. The patient's not breathing on their own, so we're trying to assist ventilating that with high flow oxygen as well. And easy IO, which is a needle we put into the bone of the tibia of the patient. That was on the right tibia was the first one we put in. We're going to be putting in warm fluid. We have a warmer in the back to be able to bring up the core temperature. Then we start with epinephrine, 1 milligram through that IO.
If I could just stop you there for 1 second. When you say as far as IO and put it into the leg, how is that sort of inserted into the leg?
So we have two different methods we can do. We have a drill, a power drill that drills through the outer layer of the bone into the capillary area of the bone, the soft spongy material. So we drill through that, or we can do it by hand if that fails.
And when it comes to the epinephrine, what is sort of the purpose of that medication? What are you trying to do with that medication?
So that medication will improve, it's a vasoconstrictor. It'll cause the vasculature to constrict. So it'll improve the quality or effectiveness on the cardiac muscle, cardiac vasculature, and the cerebral area.
So as far as the administration of epinephrine is concerned, is that something that's done once or more than once? And is there a protocol for that?
So it's going to be serial every 3 to 5 minutes during the cardiac arrest to try and bring them over to the hospital so it continues that entire time unless there's a rhythm change or that can change our algorithm of how we approach the patient. If there's a rhythm regain or return of spontaneous circulation.
And so how many times or what times was the epinephrine administered via the IO to Mr. Oaks?
Okay, so I have epinephrine at 620, 625, 630, 635, 640, 645.
And when was that first administered? Would that have been at some point when he was outside of the ambulance on the ground or in the ambulance or something else?
It would be dependent on transport time. So we're at patient side at 6:15, transport 6:27. So best estimation would have been inside of the ambulance at that point.
I'm sorry I interrupted you before, but after sort of the introduction of the epinephrine, what if anything, did you and the other firefighters?
After the first round? Yeah. So first round of epinephrine. After that, we would drop in what's called an OPA. That would be to push the tongue out of the way, open up the airway to improve our bag valve mask so it has an open way to get the oxygen into the lungs. We begin external warming, stripping the patient, getting the heat turned up in the back of the ambulance. We would then switch over from manual CPR done by hand to a mechanical CPR device to ensure adequate, consistent CPR compressions of the chest. It was a Lucas device. Put that on the patient. And then we continue with another round of epi. Patient's starting to warm up at this time, so we would do suction at that point to try and suction fluid out of the airway to improve ventilation efforts. Another round of epi is done. We have another suction, this time through a deep suction via the endotracheal tube. Sorry, at 6:22 after warming, we intubated the patient. We have a 7.5 tube paced at 27 centimeters, and then verified through various means, through chest rise, auscultation, waveform, and tidal CO2. So we had complications listed as patient vomiting, aspirating. Suction was then done with a rigid tip suction device. After successful intubation, we then suctioned via French tube through the airway established. Jump back up to 631. Another IO line was established on the opposite tibia on the left side. And then another 3 rounds of epi and then arrival at the hospital.
What was the arrival time at the hospital?
At destination was 6:45.
And what hospital was that again? I'm sorry.
Good Samaritan Medical Center.
There's a term that you use in your reports called, and I'll probably butcher this, but asystole, is that correct?
Yeah, asystole is going to be a cardiac rhythm where there's no electrical activity in the heart and is referred to as flatline.
What, if any, observations did you make in your treatment diagnosis in regard to Mr. O'Keefe as far as asystole?
So that was the rhythm he was found in. Yeah, from initial rhythm, I have on the EKG at 632 is asystole. So we'd basically observe that for any changes, whether it's increase of electrical activity, regain of adequate pulses, all of that can kind of be hinted at with the cardiac rhythm. And then we would change our algorithm based on whether we go down the ROSC protocol or we continue down the cardiac arrest protocol.
And whether it's on scene or it's in the ambulance, is there sort of a division of task or a division of different skill that's being employed in patient care?
So patient care will have to do with level of training and also proximity on the patient. Where you get into the ambulance is just logistically, if you have the training, it's not a huge open ER, it's a small environment. So we try and not have people jump over each other as best as we can.
And if you recall, who was sort of doing what in relation to treatment of this patient?
So in the back of the ambulance specifically?
Yes.
Okay, in the back of the ambulance, Tim Nuttall was managing the airway. I was the team lead that was kind of coordinating all of the interventions. Matt Kelly was assisting in gathering equipment, doing CPR before the mechanical device was placed on. Basically, they act as an assistant to hand equipment, place things in strategic areas around so we can actually work without having to go get those physical things ourselves.
Now, as far as you indicated removal of Mr. O'Keefe's clothing once in the ambulance, correct?
Yes.
What was it about the sort of the condition of the clothing that led to the removal of that?
So removal of clothing is actually pretty standard for any cardiac arrest, any traumatic injuries. We're basically trying to get further clues because this is all happening very quickly. So we're trying to get more evidence of why are they here. We're looking for extremity injuries, crush injuries, bruising, anything that we could document, that we could pass on to the emergency room staff and doctors. So we would strip most patients.
And as far as, were you involved personally as far as sort of the cutting of the clothing and stripping the patient?
Yes.
And upon removal of the clothing, what, if anything, did you observe as to sort of the condition of the clothing or texture of the clothing at that point?
Condition seemed pretty well intact, but just wet and cold.
And what, if any, relationship would the wet and cold clothing have to any of the diagnoses that you were running through in regard to this?
It would really just be the exposure to the weather would be our biggest trigger off of that, or if you had protruding injuries through the clothing, compound fractures, things like that. The clothing was intact, but we knew it was wet, it was cold. So as we strip things off of him, we can see underneath basically if there are any not every fracture breaks through the skin, not everything causes obvious things, obvious signs. So as we strip the patient, we can begin to further assess.
Take you back just for a second to outside of the ambulance.
Yep.
What, if anything, specifically were you able to observe with reference to any injuries Mr. O'Keefe had sustained?
Injuries are pretty tough to see outside of the ambulance just due to the weather, due to the lighting. We have seen lighting on the ambulance as well, but
let me ask you
Yeah.
this, as far as what, if any, difference did you know between the lighting in the back of the ambulance versus when you were with Mr. O'Keefe on the ground?
So he was still out in the weather at that point, so bleeding wasn't really obvious at that point. As soon as we get him into the back of the ambulance, then we start noticing hemorrhage from different areas of his body.
And when you say hemorrhage from different areas, which areas specifically?
So mostly from his mouth, his eyes, nose. Yeah.
And just to be clear for the record, when you use the term hemorrhage based on your training experience, what do you understand that?
Bleeding, external bleeding.
Now, you mentioned that there was some suctioning of Mr. O'Keefe's airway, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, specifically was suctioned from Mr. O'Keefe's?
Suctioning from the airway was mostly blood, blood, sputum.
And as far as how much, what if anything you have to sort of measure how much blood was suctioned out of Mr. O'Keefe's airway?
So we have a canister that has marks of milliliters, so we can determine as we're suctioning how much is in that container at different times.
And about how much, based on that, was suctioned from Mr. O'Keefe's airway?
So the initial suctioning with the rigid tip was about 150 milliliters. And subsequently, so that would have been above the airway in the mouth in that type of area. We established the intubation, and then deep suctioning with that soft tip through the intubation tube would have been another 50 milliliters of fluid.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned some observations of Mr. O'Keefe's back, correct?
What's that?
You
Sorry.
mentioned some observations you made earlier in reference to Mr. O'Keefe's back.
Yes.
And what were those again?
So that would have been redness of the skin and the posterior of the body.
What, if any, significance does that have to you as far as your observation?
So redness from the skin, if it's general across the body, can mean certain things. If it's just a particular area, and due to the fact that it was cold outside, that would have been the initial stages of frostbite or exposure to cold.
And as far as the remainder of Mr. O'Keefe's body, what, if any, other observations did you make, and which areas did you make those observations to in regard to the initial state?
So for as far as the cold exposure, cold exposure, we're looking at the most exterior parts. Extreme cold exposure can lead to frost nip and frostbite in different areas. The first affected areas are going to be your fingers, your ears, your nose, your toes, that type of. So that was a cold, waxy, pale, stark white substance, basically, or condition of his skin.
And on each of those areas that you just described?
Yes.
Now, sort of up in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's head, you mentioned some bleeding from the eyes and the nose, correct?
Yes.
And beyond that, what, if any, observations did you make of any others?
So his eyes were pretty well swollen. We were trying to clear areas of blood to figure out if there were any contusions around the head. I believe there was a contusion on his forehead. Also had some markings on his extremities as well.
And just as far as your understanding, based on your training experience, when you use the word contusion, what do you understand that?
Bruising.
And before we get to the extremities, what, if any, observations did you make as far as Mr. O'Keefe's abdomen?
Abdomen we noted as significant as distension or swelling of the belly.
And what, if any, significance did that have to you in regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
It's another of our detailed assessments. We go through the body in a more detailed way to try and find more clues that we can pass on for the assessment. Distension in the belly could be due to trauma or bloating. It could be, those are usually our biggest triggers for distension.
Now, you mentioned as far as the extremities are concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's extremities?
So we're looking at, so we had the cold, rigid fingers, hands, feet. Then we had multiple dry blood lacerations to the right arm.
Do you recall specifically where on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Would have been his upper arm.
And you mentioned dry blood, is that correct?
Yes.
So these were not actively bleeding at the time that you observed them?
No.
Now, as far as being dry blood versus actively bleeding, what, if anything, does that indicate to you as far as sort of timing?
So we had active bleeding from other areas in the body. So the fact that it had already stopped and clotted, I would assume that would have been several hours before the incident that led him to be there, but I would guess earlier in the evening.
Now, as far as the history is concerned, your attempts on scene, and then what, if any, attempts were made subsequent when you were in the ambulance to obtain any sort of history of how Mr. O'Keefe can be there,
patient or in the area. As new staff come through, different things are found. The doctors and nurses might have follow-up questions. So I try to stay available as an asset that they can bounce those questions off, at least for 10 or 15 minutes afterwards, to make sure the whole process is completely transferred from all the interested parties.
And during that course of time, what, if anything, did you learn as sort of the eventual status of Ms. O'Keefe?
We didn't learn anything while we were at the hospital. We then cleared the hospital, returned back to quarters to decon the ambulance and to replenish all the equipment that we had used, get back in service, and move on with the shift.
At some point during the course of the shift, did you have occasion to go back to Good Samaritan?
Me personally, no. It would have been for an additional medical call if there was any calls for service afterwards.
Did you recall whether or not you went back to Good Samaritan for any additional medical calls or anything of that nature?
I don't recall.
So if I could direct your attention to the screen just over there. Ms. Gilman, if I could please have exhibit number 9. And so directing your attention to what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9 up on the screen, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
The house.
Is that the house that you responded to? Is that correct? And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number. Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 14. Again, sir, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize what that is?
I see blood, snow, general area, not sure.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. And again, firefighter Flamati, do you recognize what's depicted up on screen as exhibit number 18?
Yes.
Can I approach the witness room?
Yes.
Very much.
So, sir, I'm going to hand you a laser pointer. Basically, just press on this button here and move this direction over the screen. So, firefighter Flamati, within this photograph up on the screen as exhibit 18, do you see the area in which you observed Mr. O'Keefe supine on the ground when you first arrived?
Yes.
And using that laser pointer, could you direct the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observed Mr. O'Keefe when you initially arrived?
Initially arrived would have been in this area here.
Thank you. May I have just 1 moment, Your Honor?
Yes. If you could turn, thank you.
Nothing further for this witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to start sort of at the beginning. When you first arrived
Yes.
at the location, you indicated that you could in fact see the body from your perspective, correct?
I could see a body, yes.
And I think you indicated the shape of the body.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell if it was female or male.
Nope.
But
No.
obviously looked like a human figure.
Yes.
Okay. That drew your attention to the left side of the ambulance as you were approaching, correct?
Yes.
And you're sitting on the right side, which means you're sort of the furthest away from that figure from the perspective of the ambulance.
And the ambulance, yes.
And you had no problem making out that figure in the snow.
So figure in the snow, we had a good distance between the ambulance and the engine, so yes.
Okay. And you indicated that the figure in the snow was on top of the snow, if you will, with some snow accumulating up the body of the individual.
Yes.
But he was not covered in snow.
No.
There wasn't like a mound of snow over this figure.
There were mounds of snow in the area, but not over the patient. Due to the wind, there were snow drifts in the area.
And his clothes were dark as compared to the white snow.
Yes.
I want to ask you a couple of quick questions about some of the last conversation you had with Mr. Lally about the injuries. You did note that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration over his right eye, correct?
No, over his right eye.
Over his right eye.
There's a contusion over the eye.
Okay, and your definition of a contusion is,
Bruising.
was it also swollen?
There was swelling around the eyes and a little bit of contusion and bruising around.
Did you see an actively bleeding laceration over his right eye?
I don't recall.
You don't remember that? What about his left eye?
Both eyes were pretty well swollen shut.
What about not from the nostrils, but on the skin on the nose? Did you note a laceration or multiple lacerations on the nose?
So due to the bleeding that was coming from the orifices, trying to clean the area and find exactly where it's from is sometimes difficult. So we can just say it was bleeding in that area.
Okay, so you can't define, as you sit here, you don't remember if it was bleeding from the nostril or from a laceration on the nose?
I believe it was the nostrils.
Okay. Are you saying that there was no laceration on the skin of the nose, or you just don't recall
On the top of the nose, no, I don't know.
it? I'm sorry,
On the top of the nose, I don't recall.
you don't recall. Okay. With regard to his abdomen, you indicated that it was distended.
Yes.
A medical term for swollen.
Yep.
You said that could be from trauma or it could be just bloating, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice any contusions on his abdomen?
No.
Any skin that was abraded?
No.
Or cut?
No.
So there was no bruising, no contusion, but there was a distension, correct?
Yes.
So there was no visible trauma to the abdomen.
Visible trauma doesn't really matter to internal trauma. It's not always indicative one way or the other.
So my question was, did you see any visible trauma on his abdomen?
No.
Okay. But you did note that it was bloated.
That it was distended, yeah.
Okay. I want to talk to you for a second about, if I could shift gears, about the conversation that you indicated to Mr. Lally that you had with Ms. Reed. You were also asked about that conversation at the grand jury when you testified, correct?
Correct.
You testified that as the lead paramedic, you were specifically trying to get as much information from my client, Ms. Reed, as you possibly could concerning the victim and how the victim ended up being there, correct?
Correct.
You indicated in no particular order that you asked questions like, how do you know him, correct?
Correct.
How did he get here?
Correct.
What happened?
Correct.
Is there any additional information you can give me about what happened to this person?
Correct.
Okay, so that was a conversation that you were personally engaged in with my client in order to gather as much data, if you will, about what you were dealing with, correct?
Correct.
But your focus was, when you first arrived, your focus is, I need to attend to the patient, correct?
Correct.
Like, conversations notwithstanding, I need to deal with what's in front of me, which is an unconscious man in the snow,
Correct.
dressed inappropriately
Correct.
and possibly freezing to death.
Correct.
But you did say that you had enough of a conversation with Ms. Reed that she answered you and said something to the effect of, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him.
Correct.
So then you followed up on that conversation, correct?
As much as I could, yes.
As a matter of fact, you said that you asked her additional elaborating questions.
Correct.
Well, did you hit him in the face? Or did you kick him? Or did you hit him with your hand?
Yep.
Okay. So that's a conversation that you're having with Ms. Reed face to face.
Correct.
You're talking to her, you're looking her in the eyes, she's looking you in the eyes, you're standing still, and you're attempting as best you can to converse with this woman so that you can gather as much information as you possibly can as you attend to the victim.
Correct.
You indicated that conversation lasted long enough that the conversation was frustrated by the fact that you weren't getting information that was helpful to you. So you turned that conversation over to Katie McLaughlin.
Objection? Sustained. Ask it a different way.
Sure. Did you have, was your conversation in some way in your mind, and when I use the word frustrated, I mean, it was just, you weren't getting the information that you were seeking, correct?
It wasn't productive.
Okay, better way to put it. I'll use your word. That conversation was unproductive enough that you then moved the conversation over to Miss McLaughlin, correct?
Correct.
Firefighter McLaughlin. And once Firefighter McLaughlin engaged Miss Reed, you then began to attend to the patient again.
So the patient was already being treated by the other personnel on scene.
Okay.
I started the conversation, realized it wasn't going anywhere. I had other responsibilities. So regardless of how they ended there, they still needed treatment
Of course.
and transport. So that began my priority and moved her over to try and get as much information while treatment was being done.
What part of the treatment were you responsible for?
All of it.
Sorry, that's a great answer to a very vague question.
Yep.
What physically were you doing with Mr. O'Keefe?
In which particular moment?
When you first arrived and attended to him and physically touched him, in other words, were you the airway person? Were you the cardiac person? Were you doing chest compressions? Were you squeezing the bag?
I would have been doing chest compressions initially until I could delegate that task to somebody else.
Okay. And chest compressions, I'm going to butcher this because I've never been
Okay.
trained other than my little toddler. They look a little like what I'm doing now, correct?
Correct.
And I indicated palm over one palm over my hand, arms extended, and you can see my shoulders moving up and down in a rhythmic fashion, correct? So if,
I didn't get an answer, correct?
yes. I'll wait till then. What were you wearing?
What was I wearing? My uniform.
Didn't expect that one, did you?
That was a different one. Heavy winter coat,
Okay.
uniform.
Do paramedics wear sometimes yellow, bright yellow for safety?
Yes.
Were you wearing a bright yellow, heavy winter coat?
I don't recall. I have a few different coats.
Got it. Got it. Do you remember what Miss McLaughlin was wearing?
I don't.
Okay. That conversation that you had with Ms. Reed at the scene, that had to have lasted, I'm not guessing it was very long, but it had to have lasted a minute
At most, yeah.
at most. Once you finished your conversation with Ms. Reed, did you then start attending specifically to the chest compressions and the high-level CPR that we've heard so much about from your colleague?
Yes.
As you're doing the CPR on the scene, that high-level CPR, high-quality CPR, was Mr. O'Keefe then moved to the scoop, which would then facilitate getting him on a gurney?
Correct.
That gurney was then moved between a couple of patrol cars, cruisers, and into the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Once you were in the ambulance, the first priority is to get this person warm. Is that right?
First priority is always going to be CPR. The secondary would be getting them warmed up.
Okay. So obviously, when you got into the ambulance, you would shut the doors. There's a heater on in the ambulance.
Yes.
You never came back out of that ambulance after you got Mr. O'Keefe into the ambulance, did you?
No.
Okay. And you were in there with firefighter Nuttall at the time?
Nuttall and Kelly.
And firefighter McLaughlin was outside the ambulance doing whatever she was doing.
Correct.
Okay.
Initially, and then she came in afterwards to
Obviously.
assist. Yeah.
And did I hear you correctly, when firefighter McLaughlin got in the ambulance, she took over the driving responsibilities?
So there's two different compartments. They're not connected. There's a little window between the two areas. So she assisted with interventions in the back. And then after we had established everything we needed to on scene to begin transport, she then got out and then started driving.
Got it. Thank you. I'd like to play, but first I'd like to have marked, I think it's already been marked, Exhibit 379. It's a video, a snippet of a video. It's probably 3 minutes long. It's not that long. I'd like to play that portion of the video for you. And when it's done, firefighter Nuttall, not firefighter Nuttall, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong notes. Firefighter Fumati, which is not that easy to say.
Did a great job.
I'm going to ask you to show me exactly where on the video, if you can, that you had this conversation
For the laser pointer?
with my client. I'll Yes, you can use the laser pointer as you wish. This is just to orient you, if I may, Your Honor. The top, this, let me see if I can do this. There we go. The top is a dash cam from one cruiser.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a second, please.
Ruh-roh. I wonder what's going on. Wonder if he's just trying to suss out all the medics. That's what you heard. Oh, yeah. Don't know. I feel so bad for her mom. Court TV did a really good overview of the mom and the family yesterday. It was kind of really sad to me. Yeah, I agree. Sidebar.
For this, until we pause it, I'm going to ask you to focus your attention on the top dash cam video. Go ahead and play that. Can you pause it?
Actually, I need to see counsel at sidebar again, please.
Folks, we'll take a 15-minute recess.
Alrighty.
Okay. $15 minutes. That will be what time is 9:35. So, what do you think so far? Hello? Anyway,
Hello?
hey, I don't know. He would have had to be laying there from 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, 5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I was reading about hypothermia and how long it takes depending on the conditions. He should have been dead.
Yeah.
But for all intents and purposes. But I mean,
Yeah. The thing is with that, though, you're going to run a code anyway because of
yeah,
the cold.
I understand that. They have to warm him up. I get that. My point is, though,
He was already gone.
he had no lividity.
Mm.
Now, what is it called when you stiffen up? Rigor mortis.
Rigor mortis.
But that comes and goes, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it does.
So, yeah. So he could have had rigor mortis and it goes.
Right.
His body temperature was 87, which is really, really bad. Like you don't come back from.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for, I guess, yeah. See, I think he was dead too. That's why. But even his body temperature, that was even kind of
Yeah. Even if,
high.
even if the cold would not have been a factor, they would have never ran the codes. They would have never worked on him 90 minutes at the hospital.
Yeah, because they have to bring him to
Mm-hmm.
back up. They had to warm his body back up. I
Right.
get that. So they called his time of death at 7:45.
Yeah, they would call it at the hospital, not at the actual scene.
Right.
Yeah.
So
And it's a tough call to make because I've had to make it. So it's a tough call to make. It really is.
but here's what I read, which might be good news. And this may be common knowledge. I thought they said 80. I read 87. I could be wrong. Could have been 80. Is that is she talking right now? That it when you die in cold like that, you just go to sleep. Like you feel actually warm. Like you're cold, but then you become warm. That's why some people will throw their clothes off when they're freezing.
Yeah.
It was 80? Okay.
Have you ever experienced any type of frostbite to your digits?
No.
It can be painful, but it's
I'm
pretty
sure.
much you go to sleep.
Right,
Basically.
but I think I think the frostbite's going to happen after you go to sleep, right?
Not always.
Seems like you would freeze to death before that would happen. I guess not.
Remember the couple that they found that unfortunately was on substances and they were in the middle of a snowstorm and they wandered away from their vehicle and away from the building because they were hallucinating.
Uh-huh.
There was frostbite on the fingers, actually, from what I remember from the
Right,
ME report before the death.
Right, but they didn't die. What I'm saying is
Oh yeah, they did.
they did die?
Yeah.
Not in the cold. No. Okay, here's what I'm saying. With him, he passed out probably because of the cut on his head. So when he passed out, even if he had come to, that wouldn't matter. I think he just died because he wasn't getting back up, period.
Right.
But I was reading people say, like this one kid said, he fell asleep. He was freezing, but he fell asleep. He felt warm. And then he remembered in his head that that's how you feel before you die. And he jumped up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think he would have succumbed to his head injury, regardless of the cold or not.
I think so.
I really do. I mean, for the eyes to be the way they were, that was a significant head injury.
Oh, yeah.
That was an immediate brain bleed.
Yeah, and no matter what, if she went back and saw him, if they're going to keep saying, oh, you could see him, insisting that you could see him, if they show her going back to that property, then she saw him too
Mm-hmm.
and left.
And I truly believe that. I think that when
I do
she
too.
went back looking, she saw him. She was still intoxicated, panicked, took off, and then went and brought people back with her. And that is what's going to convict her.
Because she
The
was
jury,
if you look at that, when the car pulls up, the cop car, she was on the right passenger back seat and saw him.
Yeah.
Out the right.
yeah, I question that.
Hold on. Now they're going to recess again. So, be back about 9:40. I'm sorry, Kathy, go ahead. They were
No,
talking.
I was just saying, I was looking at chat and I agree with Kodo. She panicked. She didn't want to find him alone. I think at that moment, she was already starting her alibi, so to speak. I don't think that she don't remember.
Yeah.
I think she very well what went on.
She lied over and over again. Right. She told them, well, first she called Terry and said, I think he's dead. He got hit or could have been hit by a snowplow. So before she ever went out to look for him, she already had him dead. And then she went to look for him, came back. She wasn't hysterical, though. I mean, she was, but she wasn't. They didn't say she wasn't making sense, I don't think. When they were driving back to where he was. But she said, I don't even remember going to your house.
Mm-hmm. Yes, she does. It's funny. She didn't remember going to the house, but she remembered to go there looking.
Well, and she remembered for her ABC interview exactly what she did.
I think she has some selective memory. But she fried herself. All of her actions are going to lead to her conviction. I don't know if they're going to get the second degree, but I do believe they will get a conviction.
Yeah, I think because I'm glad manslaughter is in there, as they wouldn't. You know, like with Casey Anthony, they had murder. That's it.
Yeah, they screwed that up so bad because even the judge, his interview immediately after the trial, he even said, he was blown away. He thought for sure they were going to come back with at least manslaughter. But then, like he said, his job wasn't to do the state's job for them, the prosecution's job. The prosecution should have explained in detail the different degrees that they could have charged, you could have found her guilty on, and they didn't. They just hammered home that murder.
I disagree. Caught up, not with you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The prosecution blew that case, and Casey Anthony's walking around. You know she's trying to have another baby, right?
Oh, I know. I so don't give a shit what she does.
I don't want her to have another kid.
Yeah, no, she shouldn't.
But, she got herself a cop boyfriend. He's a police officer.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I personally think it was an accident. Well, on that first point, I think and it happens all the time. He probably said, or he got out to go in the house because the door was open, the overhead lights were on. Her hands were on the steering wheel 10 and 2. Unless you're looking for something, you don't turn the inside light on. You know what I mean? So your hands aren't going to be on the steering wheel. And he got out. She takes off, thinks about it. Then she goes, oh, hell no. Hauls ass backward, then probably hits him. I think his glasses would hit the, she hit him like right on the corner. It just snipped him. And the glass hit the taillight. He went flying over because his shoe was at the fire hydrant. He was found by the flagpole just inside. And so he for sure was thrown. You know what I mean? Like his shoe would come off first. He wouldn't come off later. Right. And so then she takes off, starts thinking about it. Then she goes back. I really think we're going to find out that she called Higgins.
Interesting.
Paul Higgins.
Remember back in the beginning when we were reviewing this case and we said that he had bent over? Look at Kodo's comment.
No, I don't
It
think
makes
it's over. I don't at all.
You don't think he was bent over? See, because of the vomit, they said he was. There was vomiting. I don't know.
All over his clothes, like
Yeah,
his back.
that could have. Right, that could have been from the drinking, or that could have been from the head injury.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it was from the head injury.
Bubblicious, you got to wait your turn.
Part of
The
the glass, part of that glass he was holding, pieces were embedded in the tail, in the bumper, the back,
Right.
by that tail light. And then I don't know exactly where the pieces of glass were found. I think by the shoe, but I'm not positive about where the pieces of glass and the straw were found. But I don't believe that his head is what made broke the tail light at all.
I don't know. He doesn't have any other significant injuries.
No, but if she nipped him, like if he had held out the glass, or if you know what I'm saying, like it was in that arm, if he had been turned around looking at her, like thinking she's going to come back, sees her coming back, hears her coming back, and his hand is out, for any reason, it could have nipped him. It doesn't take much, and you told me that, for them to fly back.
See, I want to see the recreation that the
Yeah.
prosecution puts out, not the crap the Turtle Boys put out. I want to see the recreation by the experts.
Well, did he have any, was his chest injured? I don't remember them saying his chest.
No, there was the only injuries that that I've seen in the autopsy report was, of course, the arm, and then they noted the eyes, which, that's common of the head injury and the head injury.
Yeah, the eyes were as a result of the head injury.
Right. And they're trying to make it like, no, they were the result of him, being beaten. But yeah, no.
Another person, yeah, beat him.
I can't wait till Jen McKay takes the stand. I don't know why, but for some reason that testimony I'm just waiting for.
And believe me, she's been prepared.
Very.
A lawyer said they're gonna dig into her, and they've got better. They have better detectives, and I'm thinking, well, I know what I've done in my life, and I know I could probably think of the worst thing I've done that they can bring up. But you can't stop people from lying about you. You know what I mean? Like, who knows if somebody would say, oh, yeah, they did this, but otherwise, I would be prepared. I would know.
And B-Tim makes a good point. If John died earlier, there could be bloating. And when they were talking about the distended stomach,
yeah,
that points to me that, he was already gone out, before that. And they just did what they thought they could do to try, you never want to just give up, but, when I heard about the stomach being distended, that
they had to bring him back. They had to warm him up to pronounce him dead.
I've done it. It's not a fun process, but yeah.
The one lawyer said they could sneak in. But what I'm saying is, a bombshell, you couldn't bombshell me because I would know what the worst thing. You know what the worst thing you've ever done is. So it doesn't take and she's got lawyers. Reddington he's a good lawyer by all accounts. So he's prepared, Jen.
And the sad thing is none of these people should be being harassed the way they've been harassed and stalked. It's just, they have made this case into such a drama fest.
Well, do you think, okay, I'll ask you, Kathy. Kato says, I saw the photos that show his stomach and it did not look distended. Won't it go down after a certain procedures?
It could, but you know what? That was the first time I heard about the stomach
Yeah,
distension
me too.
because I didn't notice it in the autopsy either.
Well, we saw yeah, I didn't notice it. Those weren't autopsy pictures, though.
Well, it would have been before. Yeah.
It was at the hospital, yeah.
Yeah. But a body will, even in the cold, a body will bloat.
Yeah.
Okay, you can't go out right now because the dog's next door out. You have to take your turn. He's just not listening.
And you expel certain things as well, which I didn't hear mentioned.
Yeah. Not, yeah. I don't know how to say this in a graceful way, but you know,
Yeah, defecated.
yeah, the body lets go. You know, the thing's just a flow.
Yeah, in the hospital.
I want to hear from the ER staff because I'm sure at least the doctor and a nurse will be testifying. I had to testify in a couple cases. It's not fun. They try to make you out to be, you know, especially in a murmur case, they try to make you out to be like you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, until you take the stand,
Mhm.
you have no idea what that's like.
I was so nervous. It was the first time I ever had to, and it was about a murmured woman, an elderly woman that was hard and murmured. And I was the first medical on scene. God, that was awful. I never wanted to go through that again. But they tried to, you know, they try to make it sound like you don't know what you're talking about or you were too emotional. No, there's no emotion in it for me.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter whether you've done anything wrong or not. It's still
Mhm.
nerve-wracking. Even a deposition is nerve-wracking.
Yeah. Hey, Crimes and Passion. Oh, my dog. I'm going to knock him out. I'm going to send him to the moon and back.
How's your dog? Is that the one that is
Had a
sick?
stroke. Yeah, he had a stroke.
Is he doing any better?
Yeah, actually,
Oh,
he's walking better today. He really is. I was so impressed by this dog.
Crimes and Passion here.
He's such a spoiled little brat. But
Get new braids? All right. I tell y'all, my mom put in extensions. She's 80. I'm like,
that's cute though.
oh my God. She goes, and it's pulling my hair out. Oh yeah, she still does the whole makeup, everything.
God bless her. I wish I had the energy.
Every day. I wish I did. I mean,
That's why I don't show my face 90% of the time because I'm too lazy to put on makeup.
yeah.
There used to be a day where you wouldn't even catch me out of my bedroom without makeup on first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
What happened to me?
Me too. Always.
And my husband used to get mad at me because I'd make him wait. I put my face on to go fishing, you know?
I wasn't your outdoors woman.
Yeah, I went along with him, but yeah, no, I didn't like getting dirty and I didn't like touching slimy things to put on a fishing pole. And I tried to hunt in situation and I sat my gun down and watched the buck instead and they were all mad at me.
I actually went hunting for dove and quail. And it was pretty much, I liked it. But
I
had
couldn't
people
shoot it.
that- We had dogs that went and got your, you know, the birds. We had pointer dogs and someone to cook them and clean them. So basically I shot it. That's it.
Yeah, see, I couldn't do none of that, so they never took me hunting again because my gun stayed on the ground and I watched the deer.
May 5th is, I can't read that. Is that MMW?
MMIW Day.
Oh, IW. What does that mean?
I don't know. I have no. Bird hunting is a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Yeah,
fun.
it is.
Like I said, I mean, I really didn't have to do a lot of work. Quail was fun.
I
But
could
the
never
dogs
kill any.
kind of- Huh?
I could never kill anything, so I always just watched.
I didn't mind shooting dove. But the quail, the dogs, that was really cool to watch the dogs point. What are they called? The dogs that go out? Pointer dogs?
Pointers. Yeah. I see. My husband never hunted with dogs. My brother-in-law did, but my husband never hunted. And he doesn't. That's why he doesn't hunt down here. He doesn't like the way they use their dogs.
Yeah, the dogs would go in. Why? What's wrong with it?
Some of them are pretty mean, especially when they're hunting those big wild ass boar.
Oh no!
Some of them things are bigger than your freaking car. I mean, they're huge.
Quail. And quail, oh, it's so good. So are doves.
I've never ate it. I've never ate it.
Yeah, the way they cooked it, it was.
Mm.
He had some people that cooked for him. It was really good.
It took a long time for me to come to to be able to cook the deer meat.
I don't like deer meat, and I don't care what any. I like it
I'm
as
not.
sausage if it's mixed, but just like a venison steak, I don't like it.
Yeah, you have to cook deer meat the right way. You have to cook any wild game the right way.
I've had it cooked the right way, the wrong way. I've had it cooked.
Yeah, I don't need.
Like this. I still don't like it.
Yeah, I don't eat it either. No, don't touch it. I can't not see Bambi. So
yeah.
And that's why I don't understand why people want to hunt our wild turkeys up here. Wild turkey's not good. It's not good. The way they eat, it has a lot to do with it. It's just not good, and it makes me mad when it's like I'll feed them over here so they stay in the yard, so they don't go over near there, so they don't get hunted. Yeah, I do that kind of shit.
But I like catfish, and they are bottom feeders.
Yeah, I don't. The most I eat is crab and lobster. I don't do no fish.
See, then I could never kill a deer or. I think the thing for me is I never had to really look at it. Like I would shoot the dove and they would drop and the guys would go get it. I never had to look at it. But I could kill a deer.
Yeah, Voices says she was raised on wild game, deer, moose, elk. My husband's grandfather would go on these extravagant hunting expeditions, and he'd gotten a moose and an elk, and they all ate it, but I didn't. They said it was really good though.
What was?
The moose.
Oh, moose. Yeah, I've heard. What's his name? Joe Rogan talks about the different kind of animals he eats, and I think he said elk.
Yeah.
Good.
Stop crying. You're a big baby. You're not getting a goodie. Stop it.
No, you love him.
Yes, he knows it. I haven't slept in 4 days because I've been more than an hour or two because I've been babying this dog.
I know. You know how much you would miss him aggravating you if he was gone?
Oh, I couldn't handle it.
Yeah. That's what I used to think about Murphy all the time. Is when he was sick, I'm going to let you aggravate me.
He's got a stack of goodies laying on the floor because he only eats the top part.
I don't know why people don't like Joe Rogan.
I don't watch him much.
I like it. I mean, I don't watch it as much. I think he's back on YouTube. But when he was on YouTube, it was easy,
Yeah.
Then he went over to Sirius or whatever.
These tragedy vultures never take a day off. So it's like, come on, shut up for a minute so I can go watch somebody I enjoy.
Oh my God, the thumbnails are getting out of hand.
Oh my. There should be something done about that. I'm sorry, but there should be something done about that. You tell me that's not violating TOS. Why do you have TOS if you're not going to enforce it? If you're only going to enforce it when you feel like it.
And oh my God, all over. Like, oh my God, a sighting. Oh my God, a dead body. Oh my God.
They're still running with it this morning.
Oh, the sighting?
Mm-hmm.
I thought Seth, didn't he say it's not him? They all have.
No, this is what they're hammering home. Now, the only YouTube I've done today so far has been you. So, but what they're hammering home is, of course, attacking Chris. Well, Chris is the only one that said it wasn't. The mom said she'll wait for law enforcement. The private investigator said she thinks it is, and Seth said he doesn't know.
Well,
He's
law
not
enforcement
sure.
would know. They would already know.
You can bet they went all over that picture. And I just hope that whoever did take the picture wasn't messing with it, because if they were, I hope they get charged.
Good morning. You hope who gets charged?
Whoever, if anybody messed with it, the person that took that
Oh,
picture,
okay.
if they messed with it in any way,
Where did it?
just to get attention.
Okay, where did it originate from?
North Carolina, at that family rest stop, family state park.
No, where did the picture? Who put the picture out?
Facebook. It was somebody on Facebook.
Group from. Okay, all right. Okay, we have to mute now.
All right, I'm gonna take my dog out real quick.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Firefighter Flamati, I want to draw your attention to the top video, and I may pause it and ask you a couple of questions. Let's go ahead. Pause. Did you see a person run into the screen?
Yes.
Run into the frame, rather, from?
Yes.
Who's that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. And pause. I want to draw your attention to the left side of the top video. Did you see somebody wearing a bright yellow jacket?
If you could rewind it, I'd look at that area.
Why don't I play it forward?
Okay.
And see if you see that.
Yes.
Pause. And do you recognize that person?
I see a yellow jacket. I can't tell you who it is.
Okay. Based on your memory, have you seen this before, by the way?
No.
Okay. Based on your memory, is that the approximate position that Mr. O'Keefe was in when you or your colleagues made contact with him?
Approximately, I'd say a little bit more to the left. That would be my guess.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Go ahead, pause it. You see the person enter from screen left into the frame.
Looks like a different person, yes.
The that person right there looks like a long-haired female.
Yeah.
Does that appear to be my client?
From this angle, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Pause. You see a person wearing yellow right there on the left side of the screen.
If you're telling me that's a person, sure, yes.
No, he's not telling you. So ask the question. If you don't see it, you don't see it. If you do, you do.
I can't tell what that shape is.
Okay. Can you take a look, keep your eyes focused on that and tell me if you see that figure doing anything? Go ahead. Pause it. Okay. Do you recognize that figure now?
I can't recognize the figure, but it looks like an up and down rhythmic motion.
Okay.
That would indicate CPR.
Would that be you?
I couldn't tell you. Is the time accurate? Or 6:13?
I'm just asking you what you recognize on the video.
I couldn't tell you if that was myself or not.
Was there somebody else doing CPR?
Multiple people rotate through CPR, so yes.
Who was responsible for doing the chest compressions?
Whoever's closest to that area, we're all trained for that skill.
Okay, I'm asking in this particular case.
Yes.
I know everybody's trained.
Mhm.
Didn't you testify earlier that you were the one doing the chest compressions?
I said I was one of them. Yes.
Okay. Does that appear to be you doing the chest compressions?
It could be, I'm not sure.
Okay, let's go and play. Okay, stop it. Do you see the person basically in the middle of the screen there?
Yes,
Does that appear to be my client? Can you tell?
I can tell.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. You see individuals entering from screen right.
Yes.
Who does that appear to be in the yellow jacket?
That build would have been probably, it could have been firefighter Kelly or it could have been McLaughlin.
Okay, and who's the person trailing the gurney? Right.
I can't tell.
Okay, let's go ahead and play. Pause it. The person in the hood just obscured that figure. Did you see that figure standing on the other side of the person in the hood?
No.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Pause it. The activity that's going on just to the sort of left side of the SUV in the frame, can you describe for the jurors what that activity is?
So that would be lowering the stretcher to get ready to load the patient on.
Okay. Go and play it. And now pause it. Now, this person now appears to be facing the camera. Do you now recognize that person?
I don't.
Go ahead. Pause. Can you focus your attention on that individual in the yellow jacket?
Yes.
What does that person seem to be doing?
CPR.
Which part of the CPR?
Chest compressions.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
It's okay. Chest compressions.
I want to make sure that Nancy can get down what we're both saying. So which part of the CPR?
Chest compressions.
Thank you. Is that you?
I don't know.
Okay. At this point, you have no idea whether or not you don't remember whether you were the one doing chest compressions when he was moved from the ground to the gurney?
I don't recall.
But you did earlier testify you were doing chest compressions.
I did at some point during this call, yes.
Okay. In the entire length of this video,
Mhm.
do you see anybody else trade off from that person doing chest compressions from the time the person was on the ground to the gurney? Or is that the same person?
It could be the same person. I'm not sure.
Would you say that's probably you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, go ahead.
Jurors disregard that.
Pause it. I want to direct your attention to this person. It appears to be a firefighter in the middle. Do you see that person?
Yes.
Who's that?
Objection, may we?
The objection sustained. I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Okay, chest compressions.
I want to make sure that Nancy can get down what we're both saying. So which part of the CPR?
Chest compressions.
Thank you. Is that you?
I don't know.
Okay. At this point, you have no idea whether or not, you don't remember whether you were the one doing chest compressions when he was moved from the ground to the gurney?
I don't recall.
But you did earlier testify you were doing chest compressions.
I did at some point during this call, yes.
Okay. In the entire length of this video,
Mhm.
did you see anybody else trade off from that person doing chest compressions from the time the person was on the ground to the gurney? Or is that the same person?
It could be the same person. I'm not sure.
Would you say that's probably you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, go ahead.
Jurors disregard that.
Pause it. I want to direct your attention to this person. It appears to be a firefighter in the middle. Do you see that person?
Yes.
Who's that?
Objection, may we?
The objection sustained. I'll see counsel at sidebar.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at the person or the yellow in the middle of the screen. Do you recognize that?
As a fire jacket and build, I would guess it was either firefighter Kelly or.
So we don't want you to guess.
My best estimation would be firefighter McLaughlin.
Firefighter McLaughlin?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the pause. Recognize the person in the yellow jacket to the right of who you just described as firefighter McLaughlin?
No.
What is that person doing up here?
My guess would be, I'm sorry, guess,
Not even an estimate. Do you know?
I don't.
Next question.
Go ahead and play. Okay. Pause. At that point, did you join your colleagues in placing Mr. O'Keefe into the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. Based on that, that could be you following the gurney in the yellow jacket over to the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. And who is the lead firefighter? When I say lead, I mean the one to the right, leading the gurney on the front side of the gurney.
I'm not sure.
Okay. One of your colleagues, though.
Yes.
What did you do once you left the frame? Where did you go?
That would have been into the ambulance.
And as you earlier indicated, shut the doors, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never came back out?
No.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to the lower video,
Okay.
and we're just going to let that play for a couple minutes and see if you recognize anything. I'll ask you to pause in just a second. I'm going to ask you to look up to the top video. Do you see what appears to be a person wearing yellow to the right?
Yes.
Recognize who that is?
No.
Go ahead. Looking at the lower video, do you see what appears to be a vehicle in the middle of the screen?
Yes.
What is that?
That is an ambulance.
Does that appear to be the ambulance that you arrived in?
Yes.
And that's the ambulance that you took Mr. O'Keefe to?
Yes.
Doors are closed?
Yes.
Are you in the ambulance at this point?
I'm not sure.
Well, this was, let me just ask it a different way. This was running continuously.
Yeah.
No pauses. You've already taken Mr. O'Keefe to the ambulance. Would you have gotten in the ambulance
I don't recall.
Well, I mean, you're not standing outside the ambulance.
So if you know the answer,
I don't know.
next question.
You have no idea whether you're in the ambulance or not at this point.
At this point, no.
Would you have gone anyplace else when you left the frame?
Could have been to gather equipment, but for certain, I don't know.
Where would Mr. O'Keefe have been?
Been in the ambulance? Again, don't know for certain.
Could have been or was in the ambulance?
At this time, I don't know.
Okay. Let's go to the phone. Stop. Okay. Taking a look at both screens, you see the group of people, including the individual with the yellow jacket at the bottom screen,
Yes.
that appear to be the same from a different angle, same group of people, including the person with the yellow jacket on the top screen.
Yes.
Who was the person that was directed to get the medical history from my client?
McLaughlin?
You believe that's Miss McLaughlin?
No.
You don't think that's her?
I'd have to rewind to know where she went.
Well, let me ask you a couple of other questions. Looking at the bottom screen, you see a police officer?
Yes.
You see a woman with long hair standing next to the police officer? That appeared to be my client.
Yes.
There's an individual with a fire jacket on, right?
Yes.
And she was, Miss McLaughlin was directed to get medical history and interview my client, correct?
Yes.
That appear to be what she's doing right there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At this point, where do you believe you were now?
I don't remember.
Think you might have been in the ambulance?
I don't remember.
You testified earlier, and this has been a continuously running video on the top, testified earlier that when you left the screen with that gurney, you got in the ambulance, correct?
We headed that way, yes.
So firefighter Flamati, it's not a trick question. Where did you go when you left the screen?
It would have been to either gather equipment or to put the patient in the ambulance.
Okay, when did what equipment did you need to gather?
It would have been anything that was left by the patient's side, whether it was a first-in bag, airway bag, any other equipment, basically.
You were doing chest compressions.
I didn't state that.
You didn't say that?
I said I did chest compressions at some point. I didn't say I did them continuously throughout the call.
So you just put John O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance and went to look for some equipment?
Not what I said. So chest compressions were done continually throughout, whether they were done by me or by another provider, I can't tell you specifically.
So when you left the screen and John O'Keefe is on the gurney, you're engaged in vital, life-saving, a vital life-saving endeavor, correct?
Yes,
That had to have been your focus, correct?
that was at the time, yes.
And you wanted to get him out of the cold, the weather,
Yes,
because it was inclement, it was freezing out, correct?
yes,
So you wanted to put him in the ambulance, right? And you wanted to continue CPR because in your words, you testified on direct examination, you believed that there might be some viability left.
yes,
So CPR and life-saving measures were absolutely vital at that point.
yes,
You didn't go find equipment, you got in the ambulance, didn't you?
yes.
So at this point, you're in the ambulance, correct?
At this point, I don't know.
You indicated you never got back out of the ambulance after you got in, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you see any place in that video where you had any sort of detailed conversation with my client?
No,
Did you see any place in that video where you engaged my client and said, how'd you get here? What happened? And she said, I hit him. And you said, how'd you hit him? All the stuff that you testified earlier to.
I didn't see that in the video, no.
You indicated in a police report during an interview that you had with Yuri Buknik on February 8th. that my client said, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You remember having that conversation with Sergeant Putnik?
I don't recall the conversation, but I'm trusting that your records are accurate.
Is it true that during that conversation, you indicated to Sergeant Putnik that, quote, Katie spoke with Karen Reed. Katie is Katie who?
McLaughlin.
Katie spoke with Karen Reed, collecting medical history for the victim, and was also told by Karen that the last time she saw the victim was 1 a.m. that morning. That is when Anthony, who's Anthony?
Would have been myself.
That is when Anthony heard Karen say, I hit him, I hit him. Is that what you told Sergeant Putnik?
I don't recall.
Does it appear that this is the time, firefighter Flamati, that Katie McLaughlin is getting a medical history from my client, or attempting to?
I can't tell from the video. No.
You do know, however, that during this time, you're in an ambulance probably 30 or 40 feet away with the doors closed.
I don't know.
But you certainly don't see yourself in that frame, do you?
Doesn't appear to be. No.
Good. If we're done with the videos, can we take it down,
Of
please?
course. Yes, I think we are finished. Thank you, Your Honor. You were the lead firefighter on that team that night, correct?
Lead paramedic.
Lead
Okay.
paramedic, thank you. You understood, obviously, the gravity of hearing a statement like, I hit him, some sort of an explanation about what may have happened to the victim, correct?
Correct.
That statement could potentially have direct relationship to, or a direct relational impact on how life-saving measures are done by the medical personnel that you turn the victim over to.
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury that you wanted, once you got to the hospital, you wanted to be as quote unquote helpful as possible when you handed over the patient, correct?
Correct.
You said you actually stayed at Good Samaritan for an additional 10 to 20 minutes, which is your habit in cases like this, because you wanted to be quote unquote an asset to the medical intervention team, correct? That team includes the doctors and nurses that were trying to provide life-saving services to Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
But you never relayed to a single doctor or a single nurse a single word about a woman who said, I hit him, did you?
Documentation for us ends at transfer of patient care. As far as my memory, I do remember relaying that information to the doctors and nurses.
You do?
Yes.
Have you ever testified about that ever previous to this?
Never been asked about that.
Oh, nobody ever asked you, so you didn't tell anybody.
In the court setting, no.
Testified in front of a grand jury, didn't you?
Yes.
Mr. Lally asked you a bunch of questions. Yes. During the course of that conversation that was under oath, did you ever disclose that you told the doctors and the nurses that you heard a woman say, I hit him?
I recall telling the doctors and nurses that there's a question of that the patient was hit by a vehicle or we don't know, is what I directly said to the doctors and nurses.
You directly told the doctors and nurses that there was a question about whether or not he was hit by a vehicle, right?
Yes.
Have you ever said that in any context, either to the police or in a grand jury before today?
I don't recall.
You were asked a bunch of questions yesterday, the day before yesterday, and this morning by Mr. Lally.
Yes.
Did you say it on your direct examination?
I wasn't asked that question.
So since Mr. Lally didn't ask you, you just left it out, that you told the doctors, the medical professionals, that in fact, you described that this patient was likely hit by a car.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You wrote a report as well, correct?
Yes.
We talked a little bit about that report. There's an area in the report for a narrative.
Yes,
about your observations, your experiences with this patient, correct?
Correct.
Your job as a lead paramedic is to be as detailed as possible, correct?
Correct.
You want to provide and impart the most detail you possibly can about an incident to assist in medical intervention, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at page 3 of 5 of your report.
yes,
You see that narrative area?
I do.
Can you point to that portion of your report where you indicate that my client said the words, "I hit him"?
It doesn't say that.
Can you point to your report, the portion of your report where you indicate that you told the doctors and nurses that she said, "I hit him"?
It doesn't say that.
Can you point to that portion of your report where you indicate that your concern for the patient was that he had been hit by a car?
It doesn't say that.
You indicated on direct examination that you were, quote unquote, looking for anything that we could pass on to the emergency room that would assist.
Yes,
I think it might have been an assistance to the emergency room personnel to indicate that you believe this person had been hit by a car.
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that that would have been an important piece of information to pass on to the emergency room assistants?
Objection.
I'll let him have that.
right. It would have been important, yes.
And it's nowhere in your reports, correct?
It's not in the reports, no.
You didn't tell that to the police when you were interviewed 8 days later.
I was not asked about how or what I was.
My question is, did you tell the police 8 days later, or 9 days later when you were interviewed? And you didn't tell the grand jury that, correct?
No.
And you didn't mention that on direct examination in front of these jurors, did you?
No.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Hey, Ms. Delali?
So Firefighter Fulmani, you had been asked some questions about the observation you made of Mr. O'Keefe's abdomen being distended, correct? And absent any external observation of injuries, that could be from an internal injury cause. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, the conversation that you were talking about in which the defendant indicated to you repeatedly that she hit him or I hit him, that occurred on your sort of way to the body, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning back to sort of when you're coming to the scene and arriving at the scene, you've got a call or dispatch in regard to an unresponsive male in the snow, correct?
Correct.
So you know that going there, correct?
Correct.
And where you sort of bring the ambulance to a stop, there are other vehicles already in that area where Mr. O'Keefe is, correct?
Correct.
And it's from that vantage point that you're able to then see Mr. O'Keefe's body off the side of the road about 10 feet or so into the lawn.
Correct.
Now, when it comes to chest compressions, your department, any department, as far as sort of the medical field that you're in, is there any sort of policy or protocol for how long one person should be doing those at a time?
So recommendation is always 2 minutes, but it's usually based on the fatigue of the provider. But really the most important thing is just quality of CPR and making sure that they have the best CPR throughout, regardless of fatigue.
So it's not recommended that one person do continuous chest compressions for 15 or 20 minutes, correct?
It's actually recommended not.
And so that would be sort of, when you have that many sort of assets with you on the scene, would it be typical for somebody to continue on with chest compressions for that long period of time? Those videos that you were showing up on the screen, have you ever seen either of those videos?
No.
So you have no idea as far as the times, whether they're accurate, correct?
No clue.
And whether the videos are synchronous, you have no idea about that either, correct?
No.
The conversation in which you heard the defendant say, "I hit him," and the conversation that firefighter McLaughlin had in which the defendant told her, "I hit him," those are two separate conversations, correct?
Correct.
Happened at two different times, two different locations, and you weren't even present for Ms. McLaughlin's statement, correct?
Correct.
You did, when you were interviewed by the trooper and when you testified before the grand jury, you indicated in both instances that the defendant said to you, "I hit him," repeatedly, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you were asked questions about what you relayed to the hospital staff, that what you're testifying to, that's your memory of what you told the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated in that you had said something to the effect of, there's a question about whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had been hit by a car, correct?
Correct.
And so from your conversations with the defendants and the sort of expounding questions that you would ask for clarification, why was it that you related motor vehicle sort of specifically as a question to the hospital staff?
So it was due to the proximity of the patient to the roadway and the vagueness of the statement. So proximity to the roadway and the fact that she stated, "I hit him," the red flag of him being underdressed and not. People don't just lie down in the snow in a blizzard. So how he got there, we're not sure. So we're trying to figure out what happened, but due to the proximity of the roadway, that was our first inclination.
I have nothing further.
All right,
May I, Your Honor?
a couple of questions.
You indicated that it's not recommended that someone do chest compressions for 15 or 20 minutes.
Correct.
You saw the video that was on
Correct.
screen. That video was about 3 minutes.
Yes.
Did it appear that the same person that was doing chest compressions at the beginning of the video continued doing chest compressions all the way through?
I don't know.
We just watched the video.
I can't tell you for certain which personnel. We all have yellow coats, so I can't tell you if somebody swapped. I don't know.
Did it appear to you in watching that video that the person that started on the chest compressions on the left side of the screen continued all the way through up to the scoop, up to the gurney, and off screen doing chest compressions?
Objection.
Sustained.
You indicated that when you heard this phrase, "I hit him," that your response was, did you hit him with your hand, right?
Yes.
Did you kick him?
Yes.
Did you punch him?
Yes.
That's what you previously testified to, correct?
Yes.
Nowhere in that conversation did you ever suggest, did you hit him with your car?
I don't recall if I asked her specifically about that.
So now you don't recall about that either.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And for the first time in any forum, you're telling this jury that you then thought, based on that conversation that was attendant to the video that we just watched, you believed that Mr. O'Keefe had been hit by a car and that she said she did it.
I did not say that. So what, am I allowed to respond?
Yes.
Yep. So I left it open-ended to the staff of the hospital that these are both possibilities of what happened to the patient.
And of course, if you had said that to the staff of the hospital, the staff of the hospital would certainly put it in some of the medical reports, correct?
They don't have to. It's really up to them.
And you're aware that none of those have that statement.
I'm not aware.
All set? All right, you are all set, firefighter Flamati, or paramedic Flamati. Thank you. Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Matthew Kelly.
Okay.
You know, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Sure.
I think is right there. step up there, just watch your step for me.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case on hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Morning.
Morning.
So you consider stand however you're comfortable, just bring, perfect, thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Matthew Kelly, Kelly.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for Canton Fire.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic with Canton Fire?
Approximately 2.5 years.
And prior to working for the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other employment did you have within that sort of field?
I worked for a private ambulance, Brewster Ambulance Service for approximately 5 months.
And sort of geographically, where was that located?
Boston area.
Now, prior to you working as an EMT or a paramedic, you worked as an EMT before as working as a paramedic?
Correct.
Okay. And so prior to working as either an EMT or a paramedic, did you have any sort of training or did you receive any sort of certification in regard to being an EMT paramedic?
Yeah, so I had to do a 6-month EMT course, and then I had to do a practical and written exam for the course and then for the state to get my EMT. And then for a paramedic school, it was about a 10 to 12 month didactic portion. And then I did I believe it was 200 hours clinical in the hospitals. And then I did 300 hours ride time. And then I had to do a practical and written exam for the course and also for the state. And now with Canton Fire, I'm getting precepted as a paramedic.
And when you use that term as far as precepted, what exactly does that term mean within your?
It just means that you get trained by an experienced paramedic for an extended period of time until they say that you can do the job on your own.
And with regard to being a EMT and a paramedic, you receive a certification in regard to working within that field?
Can you say that again?
With regard to being an EMT and a paramedic, you receive some sort of certification either from the state or some other body in regard to working in that field.
Yes.
You have certification in regard to both?
Yes.
And is that certification up to date at this point?
Yes, it is.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, the evening of that into January 29th, 2022. Were you working with the Canton Fire Department that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what kind of shift you were working on that day?
24-hour shift on the ambulance.
And which station house were you assigned to on that day?
Station 1.
And that's located where within the town of Canton?
99 Revere Street.
And you were assigned to the ambulance, is that correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone else from your department, was assigned to the ambulance along with you?
Paramedic Anthony Fulmati.
And on that morning of January 29th, do you recall about what time that you woke up on that day?
I believe it was about 4:45 a.m.
When you woke up, what, if anything, is it that you did with regard to your duties and responsibilities around fire station house one?
So we woke up a little bit early to shovel off the apron, shovel off the parking lot, and just prepare for the new shift coming in.
And just briefly, sir, so when you go outside to shovel, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the weather conditions and what they were at that point?
There was snow on the ground. It was snowing, high winds, low visibility, still dark out.
Do you recall being dispatched to a call shortly after 6 a.m.?
Yes, I do.
And what was that call or what was that dispatch in regard to and where specifically were you dispatched?
It was unresponsive male in the snow on Fairview Road.
And that area of Fairview Road, through your work with the Canton Fire Department, are you familiar with that specific area?
Yes.
And you respond in the ambulance, is that correct?
Correct.
Who, if anyone, goes along in the ambulance with you?
Fulmati was in the passenger seat, and then paramedic Tim Nuttall was in the back.
And who was driving?
I was driving.
And in addition to the ambulance, ambulance one that you were in, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatus responded from your station to Fairview Road?
We also had an engine and our shift commander SUV.
If you recall, who was the shift commander in the SUV?
Shift commander was Captain Wendell Robbery at the time.
And Captain Robbery is now the chief of the Cannon Fire, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the engine was concerned, who, if anyone, was assigned to the engine and responded to the call as well?
It was Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter, paramedic Katie McLaughlin, and firefighter, paramedic Frank Walsh.
And as you're driving from the station house to Fairview, what, if anything, do you recall about weather conditions, visibility, anything like that along the way?
Just heavy snow and wind, real low visibility, good amount of snow on the ground. So I was just trying to take it slow so we didn't spin out or drift or anything like that.
And can you describe for the jury sort of the route that you took from the station on Revere Street to Fairview Road that morning?
Yep, we took a right onto Revere Street, left onto Sherman Street, right onto Chapman Street, and then a left onto Fairview.
And as you're driving down Fairview, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about sort of the elevation of that roadway as you go from Chapman down to where you stopped?
It was a pretty steep, long road downhill. It was probably the downhill for half of the way through Fairview. And because of that, I was just trying to go real slow so we didn't drift down the hill.
And one last question about driving, but as you're driving along, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as sort of other vehicular traffic on the roadway, any other cars, trucks, anything like that?
Nothing until I saw the police cruiser at the scene.
And so as you're approaching the scene and you're driving towards it, what, if anything, sort of first draws your attention to where you're going and where you stop?
So it was just real low visibility, but we could see blue lights at the time. So just kept going towards the blue lights and knew that it would be in that area.
Now, where do you stop in relation to the cruiser?
I believe they were facing towards us, so we would be in front of them.
And at some point, you're being dispatched for an unresponsive male party, correct?
Correct.
And so when you're pulling up to the scene, you see the cruiser, are you able to also see any sort of unresponsive male party?
Not when I'm in the truck. I had to get out of the truck to see.
And when was it and how far away from it were you at the first time that you observed the unresponsive male?
Once I got out of the truck, I was probably had to be about like 5 feet away until I could see the victim.
And at this time when you're arriving, sometime shortly after 6 a.m., is it light out, dark out, or something?
It's dark.
And just so we can stop saying unresponsive male, at some point you identified who the patient was that you eventually treated and transported. Okay, and who did you identify?
Mr. O'Keefe.
The John O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
So you get out of the vehicle. You all get out at the same time, is that correct?
Relatively, yeah.
And where is it that you, firefighter Flamati and firefighter Nuttall, go?
So we first go to pick up some of the bags and stuff that we would need to conduct a arrest, and then we just go straight over to the body and some people that were around there.
And with regard to the bags that you retrieved, what kind of bags are we talking?
We'd take like a first-in bag that has miscellaneous stuff. We'd take an airway bag, and we would take a cardiac monitor.
And when you indicate as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, who, if anyone else, or what, if any other people were in that same area?
Can you say that one more time?
When you first go over to where Mr. O'Keefe is,
Mhm.
who, if anyone, or how many other people are in that general area? When you
Sure. I remember seeing a police officer and 2 women.
And as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, first of all, how was he positioned in relation to the ground?
He was on his back, probably about around a fire hydrant, probably about 5 or so feet from what I saw would be the street.
So you believed about 5 or so feet in from the road, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, when you first come over, what, if anything, did you observe as far as snow on him or around him or in the area where
I don't really recall.
you recall how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed when you first get over there?
I believe he was wearing a hoodie, like a sweatshirt and jeans, and remember he had one shoe on, but forget which shoe it was.
You don't recall which shoe it was, but there was one shoe on his foot at that point.
Correct.
And when you first arrive at this patient, at Mr. O'Keefe, what is it that you and the other firefighters are doing in regard to treatment at that point?
So the other firefighters were checking for a pulse. And then after that, while I was getting some of the supplies, and then we would start compressions and start moving them into the ambulance so we could get a better look at them and what we were doing.
When you say start compressions, what kind of compressions are you referring to?
CPR.
Chest compressions, is that
Yes.
correct? And based on your training experience, is there some sort of protocol as to how long one individual should be doing chest compressions?
So we want early and continuous chest compressions for as long as the person is pulseless. We will take breaks in order to check for a pulse and check for any rhythm changes.
And so when breaks are taken, is that one person that's doing those same compressions the entire time, or is it switched off or something else?
We try to switch off every few minutes.
Now, when you first approach where Mr. O'Keefe is on the ground, what, if any, sort of injuries, if at all, did you observe on Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
On the ground, I didn't observe any injuries or recall seeing any injuries at the time. It wasn't until got him in the ambulance that I saw some injuries.
And so from that sort of initial assessment and initial sort of treatment of the patients, what exactly does that sort of assessment and treatment consist of when Mr. O'Keefe is on the ground?
Basically just checking for breathing and if he has a pulse. It was pretty dark and very low visibility, so we wanted to get him out of the conditions and into the ambulance to kind of further assess him.
And from your sort of initial assessment, did he have a pulse and was he breathing?
No.
And so want to get him out of the conditions, and how was that accomplished?
I believe we used a scoop board or a scoop stretcher. It's just a backboard that breaks into two pieces. They can slide underneath the victim or the patient. We used that, and then we had picked him up and put him onto our actual EMS stretcher, and then just put the stretcher into the ambulance.
And where was the stretcher sort of placed in regard to where, or in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was 5 feet off the road?
I don't recall.
Now, once you get to the ambulance, what, if any, difference did you notice between sort of the lighting in the ambulance versus the lighting outside on the lawn?
So there was very low visibility outside. There was great visibility inside with lighting all around the back of the ambulance.
And so once you're in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you observe or note at that point in regard to any injuries you observed in Mr. O'Keefe?
He had like a swollen black and blue right eye, and he had some blood around his mouth.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, during treatment, you're touching or making contact with Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
And during the course of that, what, if any, observations or what, if anything, did you note in regard to sort of tactile observations of Mr. O'Keefe?
He was very cold to touch, very stiff, almost frozen-like. Yeah.
Now, at some point during the course of your treatment in the back of the ambulance, are his clothes removed?
Yes.
And is that, why is that?
It's just so we can try to examine his full body for any other injuries.
And there's some concern for cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain, are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what your understanding based on your training experience is as what is cardiac arrest?
Sure. It would be when a person has a lethal cardiac rhythm where they no longer have a pulse.
Now, once the clothes, as far as being removed, how are they physically, sort of how are they removed?
I believe they were probably cut off with trauma shears.
And once the clothes are removed with trauma shears, what, if any, additional observations did you make of injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's body?
There was some lacerations on his right upper extremity.
Now, the chest compressions that you were talking about, was that continuous sort of throughout the patient care with respect to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And in addition to that, what, if anything, was done with respect to body temperature for Mr. O'Keefe once in the back of the neck?
So we did some rewarming. So we did heat blankets and warm fluids.
And as the chest compressions continue in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you observe with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's nose or mouth?
I remember that there was some blood or vomit or bile coming out of his mouth.
Now, turning your attention to back outside of the ambulance, taking you back there for a moment. You indicated in your testimony that when you arrived there, you observed two females in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe anything as far as what they look like or anything about those two females that you saw?
I just remember they were white, looked to be between 35 and 45 years old, I would say, and average build and height.
What, if any, sort of distinguishing characteristics did you observe between one of the others?
I remember one had some red stuff around her mouth. I was thinking it could be blood.
And that individual that you observed with red stuff that you thought could be blood around her mouth, what, if any, observations did you make of her as far as her demeanor or anything like that?
She was just acting kind of erratic and kind of running around screaming different things.
And as far as the different things that she was screaming, what, if anything, do you recall specifically hearing her screaming when she was running around?
It was just something like, "He's dead. He's fucking dead."
Is that something that she said once or more than once or something?
At least twice.
As far as that sort of phraseology, was that consistent throughout?
I would say so, yes.
Now, when you enter the ambulance, does the patient care continue, obviously, with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And if you recall, who was sort of involved in that patient care in the back of the ambulance?
Me, Nuttall, Flamati, Woodbury, Walsh, and McLaughlin came in a little bit later. I'm not sure if she did any patient care or not.
So the majority of the people from your department that responded to the scene at one point or another were involved in patient care with regard to Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
Now, you drove the ambulance to Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
And so for the transport from Fairview, what hospital did you go to?
Good Samaritan.
So for the transport from Fairview to Good Samaritan, who drove the ambulance then?
McLaughlin.
And so firefighter McLaughlin's driving, where are you located within the ambulance?
I was in the back with Nuttall and Flamati.
Do you recall sort of specifically what, if anything, you were doing with regard to patient care during the transport phase?
So I was just helping them transport phase, I was doing compressions before, but we had switched them over to a automatic compression device. So I was just involved in helping ventilate and suction.
And was there who, if anyone else in the back of the ambulance was also sort of working on the airway portion? As you recall?
We've Nuttall, and I forget who else.
Now, during the course of transport from scene when you arrived to Good Samaritan, what, if any, change did you note in reference to Mr. O'Keefe as far as heart activity, respiratory, anything of the like?
No changes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for exhibit number 9, please. Firefighter Kelly, I'm just directing your attention to the screen and what's been marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
The location of the scene.
For the house that you responded to on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could also have exhibit number 18. And again, sir, just directing your attention to the screen, do you recognize the photograph that's up on the screen?
Yes.
What's depicted in that photograph?
The location of the scene again.
Sort of a different view of the same home, is that correct?
Correct.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
This is the laser pointer, basically there's a button there, just press on that.
Okay.
Firefighter Kelly, with using that laser pointer that you have now before you, if you could, please direct the jury's attention on the screen to whereabouts you located Mr. O'Keefe in that supine position when you first arrived.
It was about this area right here.
Thank you. I have nothing further to this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, may we approach for a minute?
Okay.
Jurors, remember, you can stand up and stretch anytime you go to sleep.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Kelly, you and I have never met before, correct?
Correct.
We've never had a conversation
Correct.
in or out of court.
Correct.
Now, with regard to the clothing that John O'Keefe was wearing when you came upon him, I believe you remembered that he had on a pair of jeans.
To the best of my recollection, yes.
And you remembered that he had a hoodie sweatshirt.
Yes.
And what also stuck out in your mind is that he had only one shoe on, correct?
Correct.
From your memory, you're not sure if it was the left or the right shoe, but it was one of those, correct?
Correct.
And you did not see another shoe or the matching shoe in the area anywhere around where he was lying, correct?
Correct.
And to your memory, you never saw that other shoe, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the removal of the clothing, I believe you testified before this jury on direct examination that trauma shears would have been used. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what do those look like? How big are they? And if you could describe them.
They're about this big, so say 6 inches and they have usually like a plastic or metal handle, and then just kind of two curved blades that are used to cut.
And are they essentially a large pair of scissors?
Yes.
And are they sharp in terms of the blades?
Yes.
And they need to be somewhat, heavy duty because you don't know what type of clothing you're going to have to cut through, correct?
Correct.
Where was it that the trauma shears were used in order to start to remove John O'Keefe's clothing that morning?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if it was before he was put into the ambulance, during the ambulance ride, or after he was at the hospital?
I believe it would, I don't recall, but I believe it would be in the ambulance.
I'm sorry, there's a little bit of noise. Could you repeat that?
Sure. I don't recall, but I believe it would be in the ambulance.
In the ambulance. And you wouldn't have waited until you got to the hospital because there was a reason why you were taking the clothes off, correct?
Correct.
And what was that reason?
To look for any other injuries that the patient might have.
And that was a priority as you were treating him, correct?
Correct.
You don't think that you cut off his clothes before you put him in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And you don't think that, and when I say you, I mean your team.
Right.
You don't think your team cut off the clothes after he was out of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
So it was sometime during the ride.
Correct.
Do you recall who it was that actually used the trauma shears along that ride?
No.
Do you recall at what point during the ride? Would it have been sort of the beginning of the ride, or would it have been toward the end?
Toward the beginning.
Now, with regard to the clothing that was cut, do you recall if it was the sweatshirt, the jeans, or both?
I don't recall.
Do you think, or is your memory that the hoodie sweatshirt was left on him without being cut?
I don't recall.
Where did that clothing go after it was cut by the trauma shears during that ride?
Some of it would stay right on the stretcher, but I don't recall on all of it.
Okay. And some of it could have been on the floor of the ambulance as well?
Potentially.
And then once the ambulance arrives at the hospital, what is the protocol regarding the clothing that had been cut?
It gets transferred over to the RN in charge of the patient and usually stays in their room. Usually they'll put it in some sort of bag.
Okay. And is the clothing put in the bag? Does somebody meet you out at the ambulance in order to collect the clothing, or do you bring the clothing into the hospital in order to transfer it to an RN?
We bring it in.
And do you recall who it was that brought in that clothing?
No.
Who was with you at that time going into the hospital from the ambulance?
Not all in Flamati.
So it had to be one of the three of you that delivered that clothing to an RN, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if all the clothing was delivered to an RN or if some stayed in the ambulance?
I don't recall.
And once you give the clothing to the RN, do you see where she takes it?
I don't recall.
Did you go into the treatment room wherever John O'Keefe was brought once he was at the hospital?
Yes.
And you had previously testified that you believed the clothing would have been brought in with him, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a memory of seeing that clothing within that treatment room at the hospital?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing the clothing on the floor?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now let's get back to when you were first arrived on scene. And actually, but before I get to that, I did want to ask you a couple of questions about where you were at in terms of your career on January 28th, 29th. You were a fairly new firefighter?
Correct.
And you were conscious, you had been trained not long before January 29th, right? It was within several months?
2 months, yeah.
Oh, within 2 months, okay. And your priority as a new firefighter was to follow your training, correct?
Correct.
It was fresh in your mind.
Correct.
You wanted to do things the right way, correct?
Correct.
And particularly at the beginning of your career, you don't want to develop any bad habits, correct?
Correct.
And you were following protocol once you got to the scene as best you could, correct?
Correct.
I believe you testified on direct examination that when the ambulance got to 34 Fairview, as soon as it was parked, you and Anthony Flamati went straight to the body, correct?
I don't recall saying that. I wasn't sure who went straight to the body. I said some of us got some supplies.
Okay. I thought your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought your testimony was that you may have gotten some supplies, but then you and Flamati went straight to the body.
Yes, so we did, me and Nuttall.
Got supplies?
Me and Nuttall went to the body.
All right, where was?
But we didn't go straight there. We got supplies first and then went to the body. Or I got supplies first and then went to the body.
Okay. How long did it take you to get supplies?
Probably within a minute, I would say.
Okay. And where was Flamati when you were getting supplies?
I don't recall.
Once you got to the body, who assisted you with regard to treating John O'Keefe?
I believe it would be the people who were on scene with me.
Who would that have been?
Flamati, Nuttall, Walsh, McLaughlin, Woodbury, and Robery.
Okay. So is it your testimony that your memory is that 5, 6, however many people were there with you, all were hovered over John O'Keefe doing treatment on him?
Not treatment, but getting supplies, getting the stretcher. We're all working together, but we weren't all involved in the treatment portion.
Sure, and the treatment was essentially CPR, correct?
Correct.
Chest compressions,
Yes,
and dealing with his airway as well?
correct.
Which of your coworkers and/or you were directly involved with the CPR, the chest compressions, and the airway issues?
I recall that I was doing compressions and helping suction and ventilate in the ambulance, but I do not recall who else was partaking in that.
Okay. So let's talk about when John O'Keefe was put on the scoop stretcher and then ultimately taken to the ambulance. Who was with you when that was occurring?
So it would have been me, Nuttall, Flamati, and Robery, I believe, were trying to get him on the scoop. And then I believe the engine guys were trying to get the stretcher.
Who are the engine guys?
That would be Walsh. It must have been Walsh, Woodbury, and McLaughlin, but I don't recall who exactly was getting it.
All right, so your memory is that yourself, Nuttall, and Flamati were loading John O'Keefe onto the scoop,
I believe so, yeah.
and then from the scoop, he's put on a stretcher?
Correct.
And then who would it have been that wheeled the stretcher to the ambulance?
I don't recall who it was.
You?
I don't recall.
So you have no memory of who would have taken John O'Keefe on that stretcher into the back of the ambulance?
I don't recall who actually did it, but it would just be whoever's in the best location at the time to move the stretcher.
All right. Do you have a memory of John O'Keefe going into the back of the ambulance?
Not a clear memory, no.
Who went into the ambulance with him?
Me, Nuttall, Flamati, Walsh, Woodbury.
Okay. And by the way, once he's on the scoop and then put on the stretcher, the priority is to get him into that ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And part of the reason for that is he was cold, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your priority was you wanted to warm him up, correct?
Correct.
And the best place to do that would have been the inside of that ambulance, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't that he was put on the stretcher and then there was some detour in terms of where he was taken. You made or whoever took him, made a beeline for the back of that ambulance in order to get him warm, correct?
Correct.
And once he's in the ambulance, the priority at that point would be to close the doors of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Because if you leave the doors open, there's a blizzard outside, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's go ahead, Ms. Giannetti. Keep moving forward, please.
And so the doors were closed to the ambulance, correct?
At some point, yes.
All right. And inside the doors of that ambulance, as you testified, was at least, not naming everybody, but at least you and Nuttall and Flamati, correct?
Correct.
And once those doors were closed to the ambulance, none of you left the ambulance, correct?
None of us, meaning
I'm not talking specifically about you and Nuttall and Flamati.
I don't believe so.
No. You would have remained in the ambulance all the way to the hospital, and that's the point in which the doors would be open, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about the scene that you came upon in terms of the people who were there when you arrived, sir. You had previously testified that you saw, I believe you testified that you saw 2 women and a law enforcement officer already on scene, correct?
Correct.
One of those women appeared to have blood around her mouth, correct?
Correct.
It was something red, but you assumed that it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And that led you to also believe that she had rendered or tried to render CPR, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you thought?
Yes.
Okay.
And while you were on scene, it was the woman who had the blood around her mouth who appeared to be most upset, correct?
Correct.
She was really upset, correct?
Yes.
Would you go so far as to say she was distraught,
Yes.
hysterical,
Yes.
frantic?
Yes.
And you heard her say, he's dead, he's fucking dead, something like that, correct?
Correct.
And she didn't say it in the tone of voice that I just said it, correct?
Correct.
She was screaming when she said that, correct?
Correct.
It was very easy for you to discern that her words were, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
And she repeated it more than once, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that at no point in time did you ever hear her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you have been extremely consistent in terms of your memory of what she said, correct?
Correct.
You've been asked these questions not for the first time by Mr. Lally or me in court today. There have been other occasions where people have asked you, what did the woman with the blood on her mouth say when she was on scene, correct?
Correct.
You were asked that by Trooper Proctor on February 9th of 2022, correct?
I don't recall.
It's probably unfair of me to say the date, but you do recall speaking to a state trooper not long after these incidents, correct?
Correct.
And to that state trooper, you told him that what she said was, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall saying anything differently than that, do you?
I remember saying a lot differently, but I might have also said that. I just don't recall.
Well, you don't, let me rephrase that. You don't recall changing her words at all. You recall, you've always said he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
That was not only to the state police on February 9th, but then in April of 2022, you were in a grand jury setting, correct?
Correct.
There was no defense attorney there on that day, correct?
I don't believe so.
You don't remember seeing me there?
No, I didn't see it.
Okay. Mr. Lally was asking you the questions, correct?
Correct.
And there, you also said that what the woman with the blood on her mouth said was, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified to that today.
Yes, sir.
You've never changed that story, correct?
Correct.
And that is because the truth does not change, correct?
Correct.
All right, at this point, I'd like to play a 15-second portion of a video, which I would offer as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll watch it and then you can
Thank you
offer
very
it
much.
with no narration, right?
Never. And before you start, I'm not as interested in the video, sir. I'm interested in the audio. So if you could listen as best you can.
Sure.
Would you agree with me, sir, that we heard what you heard that night, which is he's dead, he's fucking dead?
It was kind of hard for me to hear.
Okay.
I heard about, does he do drugs? I couldn't really hear the background.
I may have a moment.
Okay.
May we approach?
Okay.
Mr. Kelly, I got permission to play it one more time.
I'll try my best.
So again, and by the way, before it's queued up, I would direct your attention more toward the beginning of that 15 seconds. As there are things that happen, I think, that you heard at the end, but you tell us if you can hear, or what you can hear.
Okay.
That's enough. What did you hear?
I heard someone say fucking dead.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any redirect?
Just briefly on. Mr. Kelly, from that video that was just up on the screen, you indicated that when you got to the scene, you saw the cruiser and parked sort of behind the cruiser, correct?
Around the cruiser, yeah.
So from that video, you didn't see the ambulance that you were driving anywhere in, correct?
Correct.
You have no idea whether or not you were even on scene at that time that any of those statements that were made in that video were made, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as patient care was concerned, were sort of all of you, being yourself, firefighter Flamati, firefighter Nuttall, firefighter McLaughlin, firefighter Walsh, firefighter Woodbury, were you all together all the time, or were you doing separate things in separate places during the course of your time on scene?
Separate things in separate places, yeah.
So fair to say that everything that you heard may not be everything that someone else that was there from your department that day heard, correct?
Correct.
And conversely, something that someone else heard may not be necessarily something that you were in a position to hear that day, correct?
Correct.
You also asked some questions about sort of using the shears and cutting off Mr. O'Keefe's clothing during the ride. Is it your testimony that that was in the back of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And was that during the transport or was that prior? Would you be utilizing shears on a patient, cutting off clothing while the ambulance is in transit?
No.
So if it was in the back of the ambulance, that would have been prior to the ambulance leaving the scene and going to Good Samaritan, correct?
Correct.
Nothing.
Your Honor, the only thing I would offer is the video that I played. I
All
have it.
right, so we will do that.
Thank
So,
you.
Mr. Clerk, it's already been pre-marked, right? Do you not have it, Nancy? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was mistaken. It has not been pre-marked.
The exhibit 380.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're all set?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, you're all set. sir.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Call Mr. Francis Walsh to the stand.
Okay. Tori, what do you have for today? Numbers.
Like to step.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here and should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thanks, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Francis Walsh, Walsh.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a lieutenant paramedic with the Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic with the Canton Fire Department?
Just shy of 10 years.
And you indicated that you have the rank of lieutenant, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long have you been a lieutenant with Canton?
Since September of last year.
Now, with regard to, you have certifications both as an EMT and a paramedic, correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to those certifications, when was it first that you sort of received those?
I received my paramedic certification in June of 2014. That's when I was officially certified.
And is that something that you've been subject to sort of continuing educational components and recertification since then?
Yes, yeah, every 2 years we have to recertify and take continuing education classes.
And is your certification up to speed at this point?
Yeah, it's current. I just recertified last month, actually.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And were you working that day with the fire?
I was.
And what kind of shift were you working on that occasion?
24-hour shift, which is standard.
And is that 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.?
That's correct.
That, correct me if I'm wrong, but that would be 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th.
That's correct.
And so where were you assigned to on that particular day?
I was assigned to headquarters, which is on 99 Revere Street, and my position was engine driver.
So fair to say people within your department get different sort of assignments on different apparatus based on the different shift that they're working.
That's correct.
And your assignment that day was the driver of the engine?
Correct, yes, engine 3.
Now, beyond sort of your assignment as the engine driver on that particular shift, what, if any, sort of specialized assignment do you have, or did you have at that time in regard to snow removal?
Yeah, so on that particular shift, I was also the snowplow driver. We have an in-house truck and a snowplow for the fire department, and that was my responsibility on that shift.
How many people within your department have that sort of responsibility when it comes to snowplow?
It kind of depends group to group. So some working groups will just kind of rotate and have a different person do it each time. At that time, the group that I was on, I kind of had the most experience plowing, so I was always the go-to person to be in the plow truck when it snowed.
And so with respect to that duty, about what time did you sort of get up on that morning of the 29th?
I believe it was around 4 a.m.
And why was it that you got up at that time?
It was snowing pretty heavily. I mean, we knew the forecast called for a lot of snow. So I got up early and hopped in the plow truck.
And so, and just briefly, in addition to the snow, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as the weather conditions when you were out in the plow truck?
It was very windy. Just windy and really heavy snow.
Now, at some point, shortly after 6 a.m., does your department get dispatched to a call?
Yes.
And where was the dispatch to, and what was it in regard to?
So I didn't hear the actual dispatch because I was in the plow truck. I was in the rear of headquarters in the plow truck. But my Captain Robery, came out and told me that we had a call for 34 Fairview Road for an unresponsive male party. And he told me, to hop in the engine and head to that call.
And when you hop in the engine, who, if anyone else from your department, was assigned to the same engine as you on that day?
So I had Lieutenant Woodbury to my right in the passenger seat and Firefighter McLaughlin in the rear.
And beyond the engine that you were driving, what, if any, sort of other apparatus from your department was dispatched to the call that day as well?
So that would have been Ambulance 1. And then also Car 5 went as well. That's kind of like an optional thing, but with a call of that severity, the captain will go as well.
And who was in Car 5 on that day?
Captain Robery.
And you drove the engine, is that correct?
That's correct.
If you could describe for the jury sort of what you observed as far as the road conditions, visibility, things that like en route from the station to Fairview Road.
Yeah, so it was really, really poor driving conditions and visibility. I can't recall ever driving to a call of that nature and that severity that slowly. The visibility was so poor that we were just driving extremely slow.
Sirens go further away. Okay. And if you could describe to the jury sort of the route of travel that you took from Station 1 to Fairview Road.
Sure. So out of Station 1, take a right onto Revere Street, and then a left onto Sherman Street, a right onto Chapman Street, and then a left onto Fairview.
Now, if you recall, what was sort of the order? You're all sort of dispatched and you're all sort of responding around the same time, being Car 5, the ambulance, and the engine, correct?
Correct.
And if you recall, what was sort of the order of the vehicles in response?
So Engine 3, we were the last vehicle for the fire department to arrive on scene. So when we arrived on scene, Ambulance 1 and Car 5 were already on scene.
And if I could ask, just sort of as you're turning onto Fairview Road and you travel down it, what, if anything, do you know about sort of the elevation of the roadway as you're driving down to it?
It's a downhill grade. Yeah, it gets a little bit steep at one point.
And the residence that you eventually stopped at or responded to, where was that in location in reference to when you first turn on to Fairview? About how far down is the residence that you eventually go?
Pretty far down. I believe it's one of the last houses on Fairview.
And the residence that we're talking about is, from your perspective, when you're driving down there, is that on your left or right or something else?
Left.
And as you're approaching the scene, what is it sort of that you see before you as, how do you know where to stop and where you're going?
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, visibility was really poor, but there was ambulance 1, car 5, at least a couple of police cruisers on scene before us, so it's kind of hard to miss that. So that's how we knew where to stop.
Now, in regard to, you're responding to an unresponsive man, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, at some point you were able to identify, or you were told what the identity was of that unresponsive male patient, correct?
That's correct.
And what was his name?
John O'Keefe.
And so with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, as you're approaching the scene, when was the first time that you were able to sort of see where Mr. O'Keefe was on scene when you arrived?
It wasn't until a little bit after we actually arrived on scene that I could see the patient, because as we pulled up, the ambulance was blocking our line of sight to where the patient was. So I couldn't see him right away.
And what was sort of the I know you talked about visibility, but as far as, had the sun come up yet?
No, it was pitch black.
And so when you arrive on scene, what is it that you and sort of the other people on your engine are doing in relation to patient treatment?
So at that point, I got out of the engine and I started walking towards where the ambulance crew was. But at that point, firefighter McLaughlin was coming around to the rear of the ambulance to get the stretcher out. So I went directly to that to give her a hand with that. And we proceeded to bring that around the front of the ambulance where firefighter Nuttall, Flamati, and Kelly, and I believe Captain Robery were working on the patient.
Now, in reference to where patient Mr. O'Keefe was, where was he? Could you see sort of how he was in reference to the ground?
I could see the other firefighters and captain that I just mentioned had just put him on the backboard at the first time that I saw him. I'd say that was like roughly 10 feet in from the road.
And to that point, how were you able to say that it was approximately 10 feet in from the road?
Just an estimate.
Let me ask you, as far as the stretcher was concerned that you and firefighter McLaughlin retrieved, where did you place that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was when you first brought it over?
So we placed that. We decided to leave it on the street and get it as close to the grass or snow as possible. It was unspoken, but we knew that we didn't want to put the stretcher onto the snow because it would be too unstable. So we put it right up against the curb. So right at the edge of the street where the street meets the yard.
And so you put the stretcher basically right up against the curb, and Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 10 feet from that.
That's correct.
And with respect to positioning the stretcher, was that parallel with the curb or perpendicular to it, or how was it positioned?
Parallel.
And you mentioned that obviously Mr. O'Keefe is on scene, and there are a number of different firefighters from your department, correct?
That's correct.
There was at least a police cruiser. Did you see any officers sort of around the scene?
Yes, I remember Officer Saraf and Sergeant Good.
And with respect to civilians, what, if any, civilians did you observe around the scene?
I observed 2 female civilians.
And where were they in relation to where you were, or in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I mean, they were pretty worked up, so they were moving around quite a bit. But I'd say they were somewhere in between myself and the stretcher and where Mr. O'Keefe was.
And did you yourself have any conversation with either of the 2 females that you saw?
I did not directly, no.
And you just testified a little bit before that they were upset. Is this so both of them were?
Yes.
And what, if anything, leads you to that sort of conclusion as far as their demeanor? What, if anything, did you specifically observe?
I mean, I observed one of them like screaming and crying, and they were both just frantically like moving around a lot.
As far as the one that you observed screaming or crying, do you recall specifically what, if anything, that person said?
All I recall her saying was, "Is he alive?"
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as his clothes, what, if any, observations did you make of his clothes?
The notable observation that I made was that he was missing one shoe, his right shoe.
And where was Mr. O'Keefe when you made that observation of missing one shoe?
It was when we put the stretcher into the ambulance, the stretcher lifts up, so it's kind of right at my face, and that's when I noticed it.
So at the time he was being placed in the ambulance, he only had one shoe based on what you saw.
That's correct.
Now, once Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, where did you go?
So I stayed down at the feet. I was positioned right by his right leg.
And what, if any, difference did you note between sort of the lighting conditions outside on the lawn versus the lighting conditions in the back of the ambulance?
In the back of the ambulance, it was dramatically better.
And so once in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
I noticed a hematoma on his right eye, and I noticed some blood coming from his nose.
And just to be clear for the record, so when you say hematoma, based on your training and experience, can you explain what your understanding of that term is to the jury?
Swelling and bruising.
Now, at some point, with respect to the clothing that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing, what, if anything, did you or other firefighters or paramedics from your department do with reference to Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
We removed all of his clothing.
And let me first ask, how was that removal sort of accomplished?
Can you repeat that?
When you removed his clothing, how was that? How did you do that?
Oh, with trauma shears, basically scissors that cut clothing.
And once sort of, was that pursuant to some sort of protocol, or
Yes.
why was the clothing?
On any trauma call, it's protocol to expose the patient so you can see all injuries and you don't miss any injuries.
And once the clothing was removed with the trauma shears, what, if any, additional injuries or anything did you observe on Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I noticed some scratches and lacerations on his right arm.
Now, in reference to treatment in the back of the ambulance with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, sort of role in that did you sort of assume, or were you sort of assigned by the lead paramedic?
Yeah, so I was responsible for the IO drill and access. It's an intraosseous access.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how that's accomplished?
Yeah, so you do that instead of IV access. So when somebody's in cardiac arrest, it's really hard to get an IV. So what you do is you actually drill into a bone, and you can administer medication and fluids like into the bone marrow space.
And so pursuant to, so Mr. O'Keefe was undergoing cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain your understanding of that term based on your training experience to the jury? What is cardiac arrest?
There's no cardiac function. His heart isn't pumping blood anymore.
And so what, if any, sort of protocols are there as far as medication administration is there in reference to a cardiac arrest?
Yeah, so the frontline medication for that is epinephrine. That's what we gave through the IO access.
What is the purpose of the epinephrine?
Epinephrine, I mean, basically in layman's terms, it gets the heart pumping again, if that's a viable option.
And in addition to the epinephrine, what, if any, other medication was administered through the IO?
I believe that was it. As far as when I was on scene, it was just epinephrine.
Do you recall anything about salines?
Oh yeah, saline as well, but it's not a medication. But yeah, we also administered saline.
What is the purpose of the saline?
Saline is just to increase blood volume.
Now, as far as the transport, Mr. O'Keefe is then taken from Searsville Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Did you go along with the ambulance on the transport to the
I
hospital?
did not.
So you remained on scene at least for some period of time, correct?
Very briefly, but yes.
And you referenced some officers from the Canton Police Department that were on scene when you were on scene, correct?
Correct.
And without reference to anything said, which of them, if any, did you have any conversation with prior to leaving the scene?
Sergeant Good.
And just as far as what you told Sergeant Good, what, if anything, did you relay to him before you left the scene?
I relayed to him that there were signs of trauma in the patient.
And did you give it any sort of further explanation as to the signs of trauma that you observed?
Yes, I believe I told him what I told you about the hematoma on the eye and the blood in the nose and the scratches and lacerations on the arm.
So you told Sergeant Good what you've just testified to this jury that you observed?
I believe so.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for exhibit number 18. And Firefighter Walsh, what's up on the screen is exhibit 18. Do you recognize that?
Yes, 34 Fairview Road.
Is that fair, minus whatever the weather conditions are, fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed that day at 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And approach the witness just briefly.
Yes.
So this is again exhibit 20.
Okay.
And so Firefighter Walsh, if I could ask, using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to where within this photograph, if you see it, that you observed Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first arrived.
Right in that general area.
Thanks. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination?
Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I just want to ask you about the woman that you saw on scene who appeared to be screaming and crying. Would you agree with me that she stood out to you because she appeared to be the most upset
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yes.
and the loudest?
Yes.
She appeared to be crying more than others,
Yes.
and she was screaming, right?
Yes.
And what you heard her say, I understand your testimony, was that she just said, "Is he alive?" Correct?
That's what I recall. Correct.
In a loud voice,
Yes.
in a distraught voice,
Yes.
while she was crying.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
There's nothing, Mr. Lally, right?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who is your next witness?
Ms. Katie McLaughlin.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can have a seat. I just need you to speak into that microphone nice and loud.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell your last name, please?
It's Katie McLaughlin, McLaughlin.
And what do you do for it?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for the town of Canton.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic in
Probably about 7 years at this point.
And prior to working for the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you do sort of within that general field?
I worked as an EMT basic for Brewster Ambulance. Went to paramedic school. I eventually became a paramedic for Brewster Ambulance, and I worked there for a few years before getting on the fire department.
And just briefly, but prior to becoming a paramedic or working as a paramedic, what, if any, sort of training did you receive in regard, or certification did you receive in regard to being a paramedic?
So it's a 2-year schooling where you have about a year of didactic. There's a lecture portion for about a year. And then after that, there's about a year to a year and a half of clinical training that's done in an ER and then done in an ambulance. So that whole period is around 2 years.
And prior to working at the Canton Fire Department, you received certification from the state or some other sources being a paramedic, correct?
Yes, it's through the state and through a national registry.
And both those certifications through the state and the national registry, are those granted sort of forever, or is there like a continuing educational component and a recertification process?
So you recertify every 2 years. You have to take continuing education classes in that 2-year period. And that's just on a 2-year cycle you recertify.
And your certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
Ma'am, if I could turn your attention to the dates of January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
And were you working with the Canton Fire Department on those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of shift you were working from the 28th to the 29th?
It was just my regular 24-hour shift.
And 24-hour shift in Canton Fire is essentially 8 a.m. to 8 a.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And where were you sort of assigned within the town of Canton Fire Department on that day?
So I was on the engine for that shift. So I was the third person on the engine. There's an engine driver, there's an officer, and then there's a third person who's in the back.
And so your sort of role with respect to the engine, is there sort of like a name for that position?
Some people call it like the back step. Yeah.
And which station house were you assigned to on that engine 3 day?
The Station 1, which is 99 Revere Street.
And in addition to yourself, who, if anyone else, was assigned to the other sort of 2 roles on the engine?
Frank Walsh was the engine driver that day, and Greg Woodbury was the lieutenant on the engine that day.
Now, turning your attention to that morning of the 29th, do you recall about what time you got up or what time you went outside that day?
I think we were up maybe a little before 6 because it was snowing, and we had to like shovel the front apron. So we were up maybe 5 a.m.
So when you were up around that time, around 5 a.m. and outside, you were outside shoveling, is that correct?
Yep. Intermittently.
Sorry?
Intermittently, yeah.
So during the times that you were outside shoveling, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather or the conditions at that point?
It was snowing pretty heavily. It had been snowing. We were shoveling, and it was pretty cold and windy.
And if you know around that time that you initially sort of went out and were shoveling, about how much snow had accumulated at that point?
I don't know how much. I mean, enough for us to shovel that front apron, but I don't know how much.
Sometime shortly after 6 a.m., were you and other members of your department dispatched to a call?
Yes.
And where were you dispatched to, and what was that dispatch in regard
So the call came in as a man down in the snow or a man unresponsive in the snow. And the call was 434 Fairview Road.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of received that dispatch and go sort of on the engine to that residence on Fairview Road?
How long?
Yes.
We're on the truck and going probably within a few minutes at most.
And so in addition to yourself and Firefighter Walsh and Lieutenant Woodbury, what, if any, other sort of apparatus from your station was dispatched to this call for?
The ambulance was dispatched as well. And I believe the command car 5, also was dispatched to the call.
And as far as car 5, if you recall, who was in car 5?
At the time, Captain Robery.
And with respect to the ambulance, if you know who, if anyone, was assigned to the ambulance and went with the ambulance that day?
Firefighter Kelly and Firefighter Flamati were on that ambulance. And I believe Tim Nuttall was also there. He came in early, and so he jumped on the ambulance as well.
And with respect to when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall what sort of order the vehicles were in as far as car 5, the ambulance, and the fire engine?
I think car 5 was maybe first, and then the ambulance was in front of us, and then we pulled up behind the ambulance.
And so when you sort of arrive on scene, pull up behind the ambulance, other than vehicles from your department, what, if any, other sort of vehicles did you observe or see on scene that day?
I noticed there were multiple police vehicles and at least one civilian vehicle.
Now, obviously, you're responding to a report of an unresponsive male party, correct?
Yes.
And when you're sort of first arriving on scene, or just in reference to when you arrived on scene, when was the first time that you were able to see that unresponsive party?
So when I got out of the engine, I went right back to the ambulance to get the stretcher because I knew that from wherever they were, they seemed to be kind of off of the road. So I got the stretcher with Firefighter Walsh, I believe, and then we brought the stretcher as close as we could to the patient, and that was like parallel to the curb, and that would be the first time that I observed them working on a patient.
And so if I could just ask you, just with regard to sort of those duties as the backstep person, so what is sort of the duties and responsibilities of the backstep person on the engine to this kind of medical call?
So the role of the person in the back of the engine is it kind of is dependent upon what that lead paramedic needs you to do. You're there to assist the ambulance in any way that they need. So that could be assisting with extrication of a patient. It could be obtaining information about a patient or bystanders. It could be assisting with patient care if they need you in the back of the ambulance. It really depends on what they need you to do for that particular call.
And turning back to your testimony just a moment ago, you said they were over rendering sort of patient care. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I noted Tim, I noted Tony, and there were a lot of people that seemed to be around that area. So I'm not sure exactly who else was there, but I did note Tony and Tim were in that area.
So as far as sort of the other people in that area where Tony and Tim, so people sort of beyond people from your department, what, if any, other sort of people did you notice around that area?
I don't know specifically, what do you mean? Like
As far as
outside of the,
right, so outside of fire department personnel in that area, what if any observations did you make of those people? Who were those people?
well, at that point, I couldn't really make out like the identities of like other people. I noted Tim and Tony, but I didn't really pick up on who anyone else was at that point. They were still like in off of the road at that point.
And so from where they're positioned with regard to the patient, and just for clarity purposes, you were subsequently learned the identity of the patient, correct?
Yes.
And who did you learn him?
John O'Keefe.
And where you and firefighter Walsh were with the stretcher, how far away from where you were was Mr. O'Keefe and the other firefighters?
They were, I don't know that I could give a number, several feet away. They were like, I remember kind of seeing a fire hydrant, but I don't know exactly number wise what that would be.
And from your observation of where Mr. O'Keefe was, could you tell how his body was positioned?
He was supine, so he was lying on his back or face up.
And what, if anything, by the time that you arrived with firefighter Walsh on the stretcher, what, if anything, could you see that firefighters Flamati and or Nuttall or anyone else was doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
By that point, it seemed like they had already got him pretty much secured on a backboard, and they were ready to move him to the stretcher.
And once Mr. O'Keefe is then moved with the backboard from where he was to the stretcher where you are, what happened?
So I remember Tony was kind of at the head of the stretcher. I was standing on the side. There was a woman next to me, and Tony said to me, "Can you try to figure out what happened?" And he kind of motioned to this woman that was next to me.
And so firefighter Flamati, who's the lead paramedic, directs you to ask questions of this female, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say this woman that was next to you, you didn't know her, you never met her before?
No.
From your conversations with her that day, do you see that woman in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you just direct as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing? That's record or reflect identification of the defendant by witness.
Okay.
Now, with respect to this woman, she's standing next to you when you're at the side of the stretcher, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you sort of initially make as far as her demeanor, or how was she sort of acting when you first started to engage?
She seemed very upset. Very upset.
And when you say she seemed very upset, what about her did you observe that made you say that?
Just her facial expressions. She was just visibly distraught.
And so as far as your questions, what type of questions are you asking, or what type of information are you looking for from this person?
So just basic demographic info, who the patient is, his name, his date of birth. And then as far as any more questioning, you're trying to gather information that would basically help explain how this person ended up in the scenario that they're in. So did he have any medical problems? Does he take any medications daily? Does he have any allergies to medications? I was asking those questions.
And as you're asking those questions, what, if anything, is the defendant, Ms. Reed, doing while you're asking those questions?
She answered who the patient was, his birthday. I think she answered maybe some of those initial medical questions that I asked. but as I said, she's very distraught. She was kind of moving around the scene a little bit. So I was like just kind of following her. And then we came to a stop at one point, and I continued to ask one more question.
What was that one more question?
So at that point, I asked her if there had been any significant trauma that happened before this.
What, if anything, did she say?
So she said, I hit him. She repeated it. There was a woman standing across from her who I believe at that point said, you're hysterical. You need to calm down. You're hysterical. She repeated, I hit him. And there was a police officer who was in that vicinity kind of with us who replied, you what? She repeated it one more time. And that officer then signaled to somebody, get Goody down here, which I'm assuming would be the sergeant.
So when you have this conversation, if you recall, you mentioned that the other person who was across from you was just, was that somebody from your department or an officer or a civilian, or who was that?
So I was standing, Karen Reed was to my right. There was another woman to the left of me, kind of across from her. And then there was a police officer kind of, not directly across from me, but within the same kind of area that was more closer to Karen, I would say.
You know who that officer was?
I don't.
You know who the female or civilian person that was across from you? Do you know what that person's name is?
No.
And with respect to when Ms. Reed said this repeatedly, I hit it. Can you describe for the jury sort of the tonality of that? Like, how did she seem? She was very,
very upset. She seemed hysterical, I would even say. Just very upset.
But once you received that information, did you follow up with any other questions to Ms. Reed at that point?
At that point, I did not. I have to drive the ambulance, so it's a time-sensitive situation. So I knew I had to drive the ambulance. It was said in the presence of the police officer, so I felt like that was the appropriate, that information was appropriately transferred. And I just felt, based on her demeanor, I don't think it would have been productive for me to continue to ask her questions at that point.
And so after asking and receiving that answer of I hit him, where did you go?
So I went to the ambulance.
And in reference to the ambulance, did you go to the back of the ambulance, the front of the ambulance? Where did you go?
So I went to the back of the ambulance where the patient care was happening.
And as far as the information that you had received from the defendant, did you relay that information to any of the other firefighters from your department in the back of the ambulance?
I did.
And you recall who was there in the back of the ambulance when you relayed that?
Tony was there, Tim, I think maybe firefighter Kelly, firefighter Walsh maybe might have been in there at that point.
Now, as far as when you get to the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you do with reference to assist or help as far as patient care with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I didn't assist or partake in any patient care.
Now, prior to putting Mr. O'Keefe into the back of the ambulance and prior to your conversation with the defendant, what, if any, observations had you made during the brief time that you were on the side of the stretcher of Mr. O'Keefe and any injuries you observed?
I noted he had injuries to his face. I noticed some blood from his nose. from his mouth, and most notably, he had some swelling to his eyes, mostly the right eye, and a laceration above the right eye.
And same as far as when you went to the back of the ambulance to relay the information that you have been asked to obtain. What, if any, injuries did you observe from Mr. O'Keefe once he was in the back?
Oh, I'm sorry. I observed those injuries in the back of the ambulance. I didn't observe those injuries while he was out on the stretcher. I didn't get a good look at him.
You really hadn't got a good look until you
Right.
went back.
Right.
Now, as far as you indicated, you drove the ambulance from Fairview. Where did you go to?
Good Samaritan Hospital.
And as you were driving that ambulance along the roads from Canton to Brockton, what, if anything, did you note as far as visibility, road conditions, things like that?
There was poor visibility. The roads weren't plowed yet, so it took probably longer than usual based on the conditions.
And I apologize, but if I can take you just a step back further for a moment, just in reference to when you're in the back of the ambulance, you indicated the injuries that you observed. What, if any, observations did you make as far as the clothing that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing?
I noted that he was wearing jeans. I noticed a lighter, like a black zip-up jacket or sweatshirt. It was like a lighter jacket. I noticed he had one sneaker on, and that was it.
You recall which foot the sneaker was on?
I don't.
All right, could I see counsel for a second, please?
Trying to figure out some logistical things because we're going to go on a view tomorrow. We're going to finish with the testimony first, and we'll go on the view after we finish with firefighter McLaughlin's testimony. So but a couple of things about the view. Please dress comfortably. I really appreciate everybody's dressing respectfully for court, but wear comfortable shoes at least for tomorrow. So those 3 cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. And for the view, I'll give you some preliminary instructions on that just before we leave. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow. And tomorrow's a full day.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay, can anybody hear me? I've been talking and talking. I don't know what's going on. Oh, you're kind of changing your mind? You don't think she hit him? Did they show the EDB? Ay vey, I fell asleep and timed people out. No, you can't? I do now. No, we can. Oh, okay, because I was talking like for 5 minutes. So I accidentally fell asleep and woke up and my phone and everything was on the floor. So I apologize. Hey, JP. So what just happened like in the last 5 minutes? I'm going to go back and look. It's the very last one.
Or 6 because it was snowing and we had to like shovel the front apron.
Anything
So we were up
interesting?
maybe 5
I
a.m.
timed out a bunch of people. I know. I don't know how I did it.
That time around 5 a.m.
Nothing really?
We were outside
Okay.
Shuffling, is that correct?
Yep, like a lighter jacket.
Need to find this thing from Megan Kelly because it was pretty funny. See if I can send it over. So anybody changing their mind? Anybody want to come up and talk about it? What's up? Let's see. Not there. There it is. Okay, put it there. Send it. Send it to me. It's gonna work. Okay. Stop. God. Okay. Someone's sending me synchronized swimmers. Don't know anything about them. I'm just trying to get this one thing. Okay, let me sit up. Nice. Yeah. Here we go. So how many people so far that heard her say hit him? Did the last woman hear her say she hit him? I have to watch it back. Oh, she did? Oh, I'm gonna have to watch that back. And who was she? Kathy, are you up here? Okay. She did. I did not hear. Whew. Oh, female pyramid. I needed that nap, I guess. I'm going to find something real quick for you. And we'll see. Let's see. What? Okay. Okay, here we go. I bet it won't work. Why not? Oh,
It's the unattractive and or dumb people who feel the need to do the way.
I guess I don't know how to do that. I guess I don't. What happened, JP? He's such a dick. Okay. Who's the dick? I gotta go up further to find the dick. I'm hoping to go live in a couple of hours, but a truck, hit the pole by my house. Oh, shit. Oh. Fucking truck. She hit him. I'm changing my mind. I don't think she hit him. Well, who do you think hit him? Mama? And why would you? Hi, Glory. You are late, DD. The horses were freaking out. Aw. Well, I'd like to know what the oh, that was McLaughlin. Was that McLaughlin? I don't know why I pictured her differently. But remember, it was preceded by a did I and proceeded by a question mark. You know? That's what she said. Let's see what's on X real quick. Suddenly I have to okay, let's see what Jeffy, was that today? Just when you think the trial, 1 hour, think this trial couldn't get any worse. Tony Flamati, another guy who I liked, and that changed. Not too sure how Maddie will do. Why do you know these people? I want to see how everybody's thinking. Not what happened. See, I hit him. He never heard it that day. He said he never heard it that, what? Matthew, the accountant for a rookie of only 2 months, testified today. He never heard it that day. He never heard it when he met with MSP investigators. He never heard it when he testified in court. He still hasn't heard it. I had that he heard it. Okay, so I can read chat too. Nobody's talking. Okay. So he was only a rookie. He did look scared to death, but you know. So that's it on Sharon. Oh, really? Aiden Kearney. What is he doing? He's old. Here is a picture of firefighter Katie McLaughlin on spring break with her close friend, Caitlin Albert, who was inside the house when John O'Keefe was murdered. Well, he wasn't murdered in the house. Shithead. She was about to testify that Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Okay. Yellow cottage cheese is always good. Day 3. Oh, did he have Jennifer Koppendorfer on with him? Okay. I have 40 people and no one. Oh, okay. No one's talking to me. I walked among the he must have gone out there last night. Kevin was on Court TV yesterday. It was pretty good. It was really a good segment. You want to watch it? I don't know if that's it. But it was a really good segment. Okay. We'll look at Court TV and play that from last night. Here it is. Let me share it with you. No. It was about Karen Reed's family. Yeah, it is. Right there.
Great to have you with us tonight here on Closing Arguments. We're live at the Blue Ribbon Barbecue in Dedham, Massachusetts, the site of the Karen Reed murder trial. Today was day 2.
During this, I think we actually see like a, I love your, which pick? My AI generated one. But I think we see a softer side of Vinny in this. I think he really, really feels bad for John's parents.
And we've got a lot to get to. We're also going to talk about the latest in the Daybell case, Chad Daybell, the prophet. But Karen Reed arriving again today. Remember, this is different than any other case you've seen on Court TV.
Are y'all seeing Court TV right now? Because I'm not sure. I feel like I'm behind. It's driving me crazy. Yes, okay. I'm going to go ahead and play it.
TV, where an accused murderer, an accused cop killer is treated like a hero. and a victim when she arrives in court.
What is she wearing?
Supporters
What is
all
she wearing? That doesn't look anything like what she wears every day. It's like Mary Poppins. Not Mary, what is it? Laura Ingalls.
wearing pink in support of Karen Reed. It's different. This case is just different. Karen Reed in court today, listening to some of the testimony. And today was an important day, I think, because they really took the jury to the scene as prosecutors try to lay out their case and try to prove that she took her car, put it in reverse, and purposely, with intent, ran her car over John O'Keefe to kill him. Let's take a listen to some of the biggest moments from today's testimony.
You're up now, Kathy. It appeared
that Karen Reed was doing mouth-to-mouth on John O'Keefe.
You saw, I don't want to get too graphic, but you saw blood on her face?
Yes, I did.
You saw blood on his face?
That's correct.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe ever engage with John O'Keefe as he lay on the ground and assist in any life-saving measures? Did you witness that?
I don't recall.
But you do recall my client engaged?
Yes.
So in April of 2022, for the first time, you attributed the phrase, "This is my fault. I can't believe this happened," to my client, correct?
That's correct.
But nowhere in your
Kevin from Yellow Cottage Tales is on this one.
official report did you say that?
That's correct.
And nowhere in your interview with Trooper Proctor the next day did you say that?
That's correct.
You think that was a pretty important omission on your part?
Protection, I'm sorry.
It was an oversight.
You were being observant at the area of the body?
Yes.
And the area adjacent to the body?
Yes.
You never saw or otherwise observed or located a single piece of taillight material, did you?
No.
You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of broken plastic or taillight material, did you?
No.
During the time that you were on scene and you heard Karen Reed's...
This guy basically said nothing. Kathy, you're up here.
I know, I'm listening.
Oh, hey.
The big deal. He was the arriving patrol officer. It was dark. He's trying to determine
Not this guy. That guy wasn't good.
the other guy.
Yeah.
Making a big deal about him not seeing any of the broken tail light. Well, he's not looking for it. He's got to figure out what's going on. He just got there. There's somebody on the ground.
Yeah. Yeah. And remember when Jackson kept saying, and I said this before, but Jackson kept saying they were taken off the case, they were recused or something. He used a word that the Canton Police Department were, we'll say recused until I can think of it. And so what happens is, if it's a homicide, in Massachusetts, the state troopers take over, the Massachusetts police.
Right.
So they would not set up a crime scene once they learned it was a crime scene. They would wait for Massachusetts police, which is Proctor.
Right.
Proctor, yeah. And so they weren't investigating because they didn't know what was going on yet. And really, if you think about it, she's all crazy. You don't know what she's saying. Did you hit him before? Like, did you get in a fight with him last night on the road? Or it wasn't clear,
Right.
if he was hit. And so it could be a guy that got drunk and fell and hit his head, for all they know. They don't know. And then the whole big deal about Jen going in the house, she didn't go in until after they put his body in the ambulance. Well, John O'Keefe didn't know Brian what is the last name? Masters?
Yeah, they weren't familiar with each other. They weren't. So they wouldn't have been looking. You know what I mean?
Albert. Yeah.
The Albert.
He didn't know Brian Albert. So it wasn't. I mean, I'm sure he was concerned. Every cop is for another cop, but it wasn't like a friend. And so Jen went in and woke him up after they put his body in the back of the ambulance. And Jackson was kind of trying to be sneaky about that last night.
Screaming and yelling in this distraught and hysterical manner. You never once heard her say, I did it, correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, it's my fault, correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, I hit him.
He didn't know anything. He never once said anything. Hope they don't go through
Going on in that scene. It did seem to be.
The only thing about this guy was when he was saying he had to cut the coat off of him. Did you hear that when he was saying I cut the coat?
To him, and he's the only one I've heard mention that.
Well, he didn't have a coat on though.
Yeah, that's what I always thought from the very beginning of this. So I'm not sure what his
We could have been thinking of maybe his pullover, the hoodie.
Yeah, that because down here we consider them coats. That's our coat.
Oh.
He said over and over and at varying volumes. The individual that said, I hit him, appeared to have some blood on her face, presumably for attempting CPR prior to our arrival.
How many times would you say that you've discussed this case and this incident with your fellow firefighters?
It's brought up around the station semi-frequently. However, being involved in it, we try to stay clear of it just because we are involved in it. The memories that I have and the ones that I'm bringing up, I don't believe that they've changed. You know, I've played them over in my head to the best of my ability, and I don't believe my story is swayed.
And he's not a police officer. He's not a police officer. He's a firefighter saying what he heard. I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. Didn't give the name Karen Reed because he's not investigating the case. But someone with blood on their face, we've heard testimony that she had blood on her face. She was attempting to save John O'Keefe's life with CPR at that moment. So this case is about a lot of things. It's about the forensic evidence. It's
big question if she had driven by earlier and saw him and didn't try CPR then, or call 911.
about the relationship between Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. It's also about two families that are going through this trial right now. Obviously, the O'Keefes in the courtroom, the victim in this case, but also Karen Reed's family. They've been in court also. Her parents have been there. They were there yesterday. They were there today. And my guess is they'll be there every day. Their daughter's on trial for her life. So after court today, Matt Johnson had an opportunity to speak with Karen Reed's parents. Let's take a listen.
I'm very confident, right? Very good.
How's Karen doing?
She's doing great. She's strong. She's strong. She knows the truth.
What are you waiting for in the trial? What piece of evidence to come out?
Where do I start? You know, where do you want me to start? There's so much evidence that is so exculpatory to my daughter. I mean, I just sit and I watch and you hear what I hear. I mean, I don't get any previews, you know, so, but very encouraged, very much encouraged.
Everybody's close together in the courtroom. There are people on different sides. Is that
When they do when they do John's parents, you'll cry.
awkward?
It was at first. It felt
So long as
like
I'm near my daughter and,
yeah.
and her
We
team.
hear everything better now.
Yeah.
It's, you know, the sound is better because they're standing right there when they're questioning. It's nice. Yeah, we like it better.
What testimony today stood out to you the most?
Well, I mean, I think it's the cross from Alan Jackson for the 2 crosses he did. It was just so enlightening. It just, you know, getting in there and creating, you know, some.
What was so frightening? I mean, they testified that they heard your daughter
I hit him.
say, I hit him. I hit him. A police officer was also standing there and heard the exact words, according to the female paramedic. So what was so enlightening that she said she hit him?
Well, and what did she tell her dad? I think I hit something.
Yep. That was it. Remember that interview?
Yeah.
Ah.
She thought she hit something. And then Grant said the jurors were frustrated and confused when Jackson was crossing the medic.
Yeah, he did try to confuse them, and he was trying to trip up the medics. They were trying to trip up the medics to make it appear to the jury that maybe they did something wrong that could have cost,
No. I totally disagree with that. I think what he was doing, and I'm saying no. Don't take that as me telling you wrong. I think it was all to say Karen was over here and you were over here, but Karen was over here, that he didn't really hear her say that. That they were
both. But he did try to trip up the medics a bit there.
Well, I mean, John died in the snow. Is he trying to, are you thinking he's trying to say it was their fault?
He was alluding to that without hitting on it because they're not allowed to. But you put the suggestion out there,
Yeah, I don't. John was dead. I mean.
Oh, I totally agree.
Down in terms of the memory of those folks, questioning protocols or procedures that were or were not followed. So, I mean, to me, it's an education, and I'm thankful that we have both, Attorney Helen Jackson and David Inetti and Liza Living. I've got to run.
Yes. Do you think she'll testify?
My daughter? That's entirely up to her and her lawyers.
No, it's entirely up to
You got to throw that last question in. You always have to do it. That's Matt Johnson interviewing Karen Reed's parents. But there's some confidence there. So let's talk about this. Let's bring in my guest. Join me again tonight. To my left, Rick Grundy, attorney here in Massachusetts, former prosecutor in the same courthouse, and Peter Ellikin, criminal defense attorney, joining us as well. Great to see you guys tonight. Thanks for being here. I told you we were going to feed you tonight, so I hope they at least offered you something here at the Blue Ribbon Barbecue.
This guy is I think an Innocence Project guy.
Yeah. He looks
Dedham. Okay.
familiar.
Should Karen Reed's parents feel good tonight? Should they be feeling good?
Yes, I think that what I saw today was like a master class in cross-examination. And I think that the defense actually scored a lot of points. They really made the best of everything. First of all, obviously the most tough bit of evidence against her in this whole case is that she kind of did these self-incriminating.
Is Karen Italian?
They
have kind of an Italian accent, and he looks Italian.
Almost confessions.
We call it a confession. When someone says, I did it, that is called a confession.
Thank you for this education.
Yeah.
But
Listen to this.
anyway, they were able to kind of knock holes into that. For example, the police officer who complained that she did all this confession to him, and then in cross-examination they said, but you had a police report afterwards and you wrote it down, didn't you? And no, I didn't. It was an oversight. How could you, if you see a dead body, you're a police officer, you see a dead body, you don't, and the person confesses to you, wouldn't you write that in a police report? I mean, that was one thing. The other thing that they scored.
Pay attention to this because it comes in later. Everybody going, all these people watch.
And they scored a lot, but one of them was that obviously one of the toughest bits of evidence against her is the idea that the prosecution keeps claiming, when she hit him with the car, there was parts of the taillight all over the place. They were able to say to both police officers, did you see anything on the ground when she was there? And you had a leaf blower there. And of course, that was really backed up what the defense has been saying all along, that they inspected that ground a couple of times. Then the police took that car away, put it in inventory. After a few hours, they come back and suddenly there's 45 pieces all over. The police officers were even seeing bits of it while they're driving by. And so again and again, they got backed up that it was really shoddy police work also that they.
Oh, shut up. Glory, what master manipulator? What are you talking about, honey? Oh, you're saying, Matt. Okay.
Got wrong addresses, wrong time when the police.
Look at that. It is broken.
There's a body outside of a house there, and they don't even walk into the house.
All right, we'll get to that in a second. But let's Rick, your thoughts. Should Karen Reed's parents be feeling good today? Should Karen Reed be feeling good? Because we heard evidence from a firefighter about a confession.
So first off, just picking up on something that Peter was talking about, I think one thing that the prosecution should have done is they should have established early on the protocol in a homicide investigation, that the state police, each district attorney's office has state police assigned to them. They're in their office. By statute, they have the role of taking the lead in any homicide.
Conflicted that's what Jackson kept saying. The Canton police were conflicted
Homicide investigation. They work with the town, but the town is answerable to the state police.
So it's not that the town is compromised, you bring in the state police, like in some jurisdictions here, it's automatic that they come in.
Correct. And those officers that are on the scene are holding the scene for the purposes of crime scene investigation specialists to come out. And you want the jury to know that before those people go on the stand, that these are not investigators. And if you feel, I don't like to put a lot of police officers on the stand in a case, but if you have to, I want them to be prepared to say, I'm not an investigator. I was there waiting for the crime scene unit to get there and to maintain the sanctity of the scene. So no, I'm not looking for little pieces and fragments. With respect to the firefighter, police officers will call firefighters, oh, here come the angels, because people love firefighters.
Right.
They do great things. They're always there to help. They don't arrest people, okay? So I think he was a great witness individually. He starts out good by being a firefighter, not being there for the purpose of accusing anyone or looking for evidence to convict somebody. And he held strong to that incriminating statement. So I think, can Karen Reed's parents feel well? It's going according to their plan, I think.
Okay.
So there's something to feel good. But the fact that a firefighter and a credible witness.
It's an alleged confession.
Mine too.
Like to a firefighter.
They-
Like in the moment, before there's any talk of a conspiracy, before there's any talk of murder charges, I did it. What did you think of her demeanor at the scene?
That didn't bother me so much. The fact that they said she's hysterical, she's crying, she's shouting out things. They finally got her medicated. They sectioned her, which in this state means that they brought her to a hospital. And so the fact that you're that upset and hysterical when a loved one you find dead in front of you, I don't think that really is scoring points against her. And
No,
it
I don't
almost
think so
looked
either.
funny
I think that's good for her, because what's the first thing that happens in other murder trials that we've covered on Court TV, you guys have been involved in, by the way, is when someone isn't broken up,
JP,
right?
you can
The
go back
husband
and
is not
watch.
crying when his spouse has
Let me
died.
know.
That's the first thing we talk about. Look at him. He's not even saying it. But she was completely beside herself.
Yeah, which made sense. And the other two women were supposedly just totally composed and they were fine from
Is
what
that a
we
problem,
heard.
Rick? Is that a problem for the prosecutors?
I don't think it's a problem. I think it can be argued either way. She's hysterical because the weight of what's coming down upon her is becoming a realization. They're going to try and hook that up to the "you'll never hear from me again." And obviously, as Peter says, on the other side of it, they're going to say it's the emotion because she's learning all of this for the first time.
All right, Peter, let's get back to what you were about to jump into, which I think is a big part of today and this trial. What is the scene here? Is the scene the lawn where the body is found, where someone said, I did it, who was driving a car? Or is the scene the lawn and the house?
I would say absolutely the lawn and the house, because even if somebody says, I did it, I'd be looking at that person very, very seriously. But I want to do a complete, total investigation. And you've probably seen the body of work and research we've seen about false confessions. I mean, we've seen an incredible amount.
But usually a
This kills me right here.
false confession involves like police doing something to trick someone into a confession, or taking advantage of someone who's young or someone who's old. That's where I've seen
That
it.
is true, but people often babble out things. I mean, we've just seen so many cases recently with DNA. We find that a murderer who confessed to the murder, actually was not a murderer, and they proved their factual innocence. So it seems very counterintuitive, though. I mean, you couldn't get me to admit to a murder if I didn't do it. That makes no sense. People do it all the time.
I know, we've seen false confession. Rick, are you bothered by the fact that they didn't go inside the house?
Yeah, if she said it once, it might be an excited utterance, but not.
She
house.
said repeatedly to multiple people.
Yeah, yeah. Over and over. Hey, Romina.
I think you got to take this whole thing in context. You know, there's a couple of pictures that keep showing. One of them is the actual driveway that leads right up to the house. That is not where the body was. The body was
Way to the
way
left.
off to the side. So I wish that the Commonwealth had done a better job in laying the scene out beforehand, that at that time, there in place, there wasn't at least a burning need to get into that house. They had what they thought was credible statements that he never made it into the house, and they had what they believed to be a credible statement that she had hit him.
I did it.
The follow-up, that's
Yeah.
another question.
All right.
That's a
Our guests are
confession.
staying, not going anywhere, even if they want to go get some of this barbecue here at Blue Ribbon in downtown Dedham. When we come back, we're going to focus on
Look at
John
this
O'Keefe's
guy.
family.
This is an innocent woman. She didn't do it. It's a controversial case that's divided a community.
Karen Reed is accused of murdering her police officer boyfriend.
Prosecutors say she ran him over on purpose and left him to die in the cold.
But Reed claims that she's being framed.
It smells suspicious.
After years of legal fireworks, will the truth finally be revealed?
The end game is to figure out who killed John O'Keefe and hold these people responsible.
The killer or
Well,
cover-up
they
murder
did.
trial.
Curious. They did ask her, and she just kept screaming. That's why they just told her to go home or whatever, because they couldn't get her to answer that.
Live coverage weekday mornings, only on Court TV.
Good luck, Alan. Good luck, Aaron. We got you, Karen. Karen, how are you feeling today? Are you feeling confident? Oh, I love you, Karen.
This is probably the greatest evidence of how this trial is different. When Karen Reed arrives at the courthouse,
Listen,
it's a hero's welcome from her supporters, all wearing pink because they can't have signs in front of the courthouse. But she's accused of murdering a police officer. And she has supporters, believe she's framed, but she has supporters, people who are there giving her the emotional support and physically cheering her on. Now, to understand how different this trial is, now I want to show you the victim's parents arriving for court, Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe.
it's so sad.
There is silence. There is no one there, even helping them up the stairs.
Poor man.
And that's what this case, to me, that tells the story of this case better than I ever could. That contrast. One is an accused murder. The other, their son is dead, and they show up to silence by themselves. I also noticed the O'Keefes, because you can see them from the camera during the opening statements, and you can see how difficult this is. Whatever you think of this case, whatever you think happened here, the bottom line is John O'Keefe is dead, and mom and dad are inside that courtroom, and it's tough.
We start with John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe grew up in Braintree. He was 46 years old when he passed. He was the son of John O'Keefe Jr. and Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe. He was a brother to Paul O'Keefe and to his sister Kristen Furbush. Now in 2013, Kristen, unfortunately, tragically, passed away, succumbing to cancer in November of 2013. Within months of that, Mr. O'Keefe's brother-in-law and Kristen's husband, Stephen, passed away as well. Now, initially, when John O'Keefe's sister passed away, sort of the initial plan for that situation was that John O'Keefe was going to move in with Stephen Furbush and kids and assist as far as raising them. And then when Stephen passed away, a few months after his wife, before those plans could be finalized, John O'Keefe then moved in with his niece and nephew and assumed the parental role and assumed legal guardianship with respect to both of those children.
Your moments like this are so heartbreaking and bring the reality of what has happened here. So mom and dad lost their child. It was the second child they lost. The third child testified, and his wife testified as well. So more members of the O'Keefe family being impacted by all this. Let's take a look.
You described to the jury sort of what you saw as far as your brother was concerned.
I mean, he was pretty banged up. He had his eyes had swelled up. He had a breathing tube in, well, the mask anyway. blood coming down his nose, blood coming down his mouth. But what really stood out to me was, the eyes. It was almost as if like there were ping pong balls under his eyelids. They were that swollen.
Yeah.
Now, in addition to what you observed as far as his eyes, what, if any, other sort of injuries did you observe on any other part of your brother's body?
I noticed
Right.
some markings on his arm.
I woke up to my husband on the phone with his mother saying he's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. And they got off the phone and I said, what happened and what's going on? And he said they found Johnny in the snow this morning.
And after that phone call, what is it that your husband called it?
He's pacing around and he
Can't really
goes to the
say
bathroom to brush his teeth because he said that he was going to drive to the hospital. When Paul was brushing his teeth.
But curious, they do, Vinny does go out to the house and gives you a perspective of exactly where John was. But I don't think they give any other. He did a good job on this, I thought.
I said to him, where's Karen? Where is she? Is she okay? And I called her and I could hear the phone pick up and she didn't say hello. I just said, Karen, what the hell is going on? And she just yelled back on the phone, John's dead.
Okay, I want to bring back in my guests, Rick Grundy and Peter Ellikin. Peter, I want to start with you because I recently served on a jury. It wasn't a criminal case, medical malpractice, but the plaintiff, who's like a victim in the case, he and his family testified. I'm in the jury box. I've been covering these things for two decades. I felt so bad for that plaintiff. I wanted to do something for that plaintiff. That connection is real. And I've got to believe that's what this jury might be feeling here too.
Right. This is such a heartbreaker seeing the family like this. However, let's be clear. This is not nobody's been knocking the victim here. Everybody really.
I know, but you want to bring them justice. Yeah. You don't want to let.
I beg.
You're,
sir.
Yeah. What rock you been hiding under?
Yeah. You want me to find it?
Yeah.
Let me find that real quick. I'll keep playing this till I find it.
Let him down. Right, but it's not clear. The argument would be that if you convict the wrong person, then you create a new victim, and then the person who really committed the crime goes free. So I think that's the difference here. I mean, as far as the crowds cheering for Ms. Reed, this is almost unprecedented, as you've been saying. I mean, normally when I see demonstrators around the courthouse, 98% of the time, because they hate the guts of the person who's being charged. I mean, we've had other highly publicized cases. I mean, look at the Boston Marathon bombers trial here. But there was no debate. Everybody hated his guts.
What did he say? They've been treated fairly.
Yeah.
No one said anything to them. Okay.
They've been respected. And
Fucking hate you. I hope you burn in hell, you useless, stupid cunt. I fucking hate you. And yeah, Paul, talk about your mama. What you gonna do about it? You fucking drunk. Fuck those people, man. And that's why I'm like with the O'Keefe's, like, enough of the fucking pity party for these fucking people. Because I know you're old and you have to be nice to fucking old people, especially when their fucking kids die.
And they were screamed at going in and out of the courthouse.
Yeah.
For horrific things screamed at them. These people lost their child. It doesn't matter that he was grown, it's their child.
Yeah.
Fucking idiots. I'm sorry for using the cuss word, but idiots. Effing idiots. And I can't wait till he goes to trial because I'll cover every inch of that, and I hope he gets convicted.
All right.
Sorry.
I hope he gets convicted.
Sorry. Yeah. You hope who gets convicted? Who's he?
Turtle Boy.
Oh, yeah.
He's
Standing up there, fuck you. And I didn't say anything. Liar.
He's the reason those parents were attacked the way they were.
And that was Turtle Boy. Talking about the parents.
And he did. And there was no argument about he was not guilty. It was a question, does he get the death penalty or does he get life, forever in a maximum security place? And I think the difference here in this case, and let's say another highly publicized case like Boston Marathon, is that there really has been a lot of publicity and evidence coming out, whether it's true or not, that really does seem to back Ms. Reed on this, and she may actually be factually innocent. And I think that's where you get the cheers in the crowds. It's different than so many other.
Rick?
You don't, as a prosecutor, you don't stand up in front of the jury unless you are 100% convinced that you have the right individual and you are committed to pushing your case forward to a conviction. So if I'm in that position and I'm doing that opening that we saw, I step over to the rail. I put my hand on the rail and I say, John O'Keefe, mother, because I want them to know that the parents here are the victims and that they are supporting my prosecution.
By the way, in that case, I was an alternate, and they found for the defense. They didn't find for the plaintiff. If I was on that jury, may have been a different story. Maybe, I mean, it just, have either of you served on a jury ever?
No, every time I get chosen, I'm sitting in the box. Somehow I get knocked out in the last minute.
It's a different
All I have to do
experience.
is see a criminal defense attorney.
I'm telling you, it's a
bounce
different.
out.
It was so much more emotional than I thought it was going to be. It really was. It was completely different. Okay, so what does the defense have to say about the O'Keefes? Do they say anything about them? Do they acknowledge their grief? Is there anything like that, or completely just focus on your case, your client, and sort of ignore that issue?
Oh, yeah, I would do everything I could to put my arms around and embrace them, maybe not physically, but yes, you want to show that this is not a blame the victim defense, as so many cases are. We know he's really the bad guy. And everybody's united in saying he's a wonderful,
Let me ask you this before I run out of time. I only have like 15 seconds. As we stand here after day 2, who do you think's up? Prosecution or defense so far?
Even.
Defense.
Defense is up. Wow.
The defense is up by virtue of their promises and presentation. But we're here on TV. We're anxious. We want to get the ball rolling. They say it's going to go 2 months.
All right. Rick Grundy, Peter Alec, in 2 months, I'll be back for more barbecue. Thanks so much. Up next, Doomsday Prophet Chad Daybell facing the death penalty. Tonight, we examine the most compelling evidence with Lori Daybell's uncle.
This defendant is photographed laughing and dancing on a beach in Hawaii at his wedding. It's Lori Vallow, a woman who was his mistress and the mother of his children.
I
married
just
and
really
raised on
think,
his property.
huh?
Nothing. I was asking if you're going to play that because that's interesting too.
Oh, yeah, I was playing it. It is interesting.
Yeah.
3 dead bodies. His desire for sex, money, and power led him to pursue those ambitions.
One of the guys that, I don't know if it's on this or another one, they were talking about finding the bodies. Oh my God, it was awful.
I wouldn't have wanted to be one of them people. It's when it's a child and it's the way it's a foul way.
Oh God.
It's even harder. I've unfortunately done it once, never want to do it again.
All right, folks. This prosecutor absolutely nailed the theme of the Doomsday Prophet Chad Daybell's trial. And it's the same theme from Lori Daybell's trial. It's about sex, money, and power. It always comes back to those things because these two were hot to trot. They couldn't wait to get their
I don't see him as sex, money, and power.
Yeah, no, hot to trot, huh? Yeah.
hands on the insurance money. And they wanted to lead the 144,000 and have some level of power over others. And for Chad Daybell, this was a big thrill for this guy. He was a gravedigger and struggling author before all of this happened. Chad Daybell inside the courtroom. I want to take a moment to go through some of the bigger moments and evidence in this case. And let's begin with the discovery of JJ and Tyler.
There was only a few of us at a time that could work because of the area, but also because of the smell. We had to take turns digging because we were on our hands and knees and the smell was so bad that we could only work for a few minutes before somebody else had to take turns, get on their hands and knees and start digging by hand.
Big trigger
And
warning.
you said smell. What did it smell like? Decomposing body. We ended up digging down and started to uncover burnt pieces of flesh, charred bone,
Trigger
fatty
warning.
tissue. Just, and I apologize for lack of better words, but globs of burnt flesh starting to protrude to the dirt.
Oh my God.
They removed all the soil on top of this small body that was wrapped in completely black plastic. I testified that it appeared to take the shape of a small body in black plastic. And this is what we saw here. It's probably a 4x2 grave, and I'm guessing that those measurements started to take the shape of a small body, and they had different pieces of duct tape throughout the black plastic.
I'll never forget the day when we found out what was in Chad Daybell's backyard. This is sick, sick stuff. What happened to the remains of these two children? Let me bring in our guest. Joining us tonight, Lori Vallow Daybell's uncle. He's the co-author of the book with Adam Cox, his other nephew, Lori's Lies and Family Ties, and the co-host of the podcast, Tylee and Jay.
Wow, you've got to be the cruelest, soulless, worst human to do that to a child. You there, Hills?
Yes, I am talking away. I said, do you know if Zulema testified?
I haven't really kept up with this yet. I have to save so that I can sit down and watch it. But ooh,
Yeah, the whole thing was. But I think her brother did actually kill them.
so why?
And Chad knew. I mean, I don't know how he couldn't know.
And I think that's why her brother was done away with. I'm telling you, oh, sorry. Bubba, no bark. No bark.
And then they cremated him.
Yeah, but I believe they were using something like, and this is just my opinion, the dioxin, something that could cause the death to not make it look suspicious, because that, at the time they wouldn't be looking for that, or if it was a medication, they were behind her brother. I truly believe that. They had to get rid of him. He knew too much.
Well,
He murmurs them.
you know, Lori Vallow's sister died too.
Yeah.
And I think it was too much insulin. Like she had taken too much insulin. And while she was dying, the brother takes her credit card and goes and buys pizza. And
I think she was deliberate, but this is just my opinion.
yeah,
Was deliberately given too much insulin.
the sister that has two husbands, right?
And come on, everybody knows that was no self-defense shooting. I don't even understand how they even got away with that. Did you see her interview with the police officer immediately after they discovered what happened?
Yeah.
She was like smiling, like, oh, I'm new to the neighborhood. I'm a new neighbor. Oh, wait, what a way to meet me. Oh, I just wanted to, like, are you kidding me?
Yeah. And Tylee was standing there, you know, that.
Yeah. How they even got away with that is beyond me.
AJ Silverlining, Rex Connor back with us. Rex, thank you so much for joining us. To me, it comes back to this a lot, and I'm sure you talk about this a lot on your podcast. JJ and Tylee, what happened to these two children? And this man allowed that to happen in his backyard.
Allowed it, maybe even participated. Not all the evidence is in, or not all the evidence has been laid out.
So when you talk about participating, are you under the belief that he could have potentially been there at the time their lives were taken, or when their remains were discarded and buried?
Yes to both of those. And let me emphasize what you said, the belief. I have no evidence, nothing to back it up, but I do believe there are other people involved. And I believe he was likely there also. Whether or not he was, I hope the outcome of the trial is the same, because he was very involved in the planning and orchestrating of this tragedy.
Yeah, we referred to him always as the prophet, right? The leader. And it seems we've heard some evidence that Lori may not have been the only woman that he saw, which is very common with cult leaders. Surround themselves with women and get whatever they can get from these women. I want to play another important moment from this case.
Was this not the show that Kevin was on?
I thought it was.
I don't see him.
I don't either.
Well, anyway. Here we are. Okay, well, I guess that's it for today.
Yeah.
Dad did participate.
The speed, this trial is never going to end.
I know. How many today? 3. All I didn't see, I think, was the last woman, the firefighter.
That was it. It wasn't that long of a testimony either, which, I don't know, they just need to pick up the pace because I really need to see some other testimony and I want to see some evidence.
Let's, real quick, I want to see what Melanie Little is saying.
Okay.
She always has a take that. Why isn't this on YouTube?
I'm having such a hard time with YouTube. I really am. It will not let me add any article links.
It won't let me edit. I
Yeah.
tried editing that live I did, and it won't let me.
I'm having such a hard time with it. It took me 5 days to get one link added.
An article?
No, that was the video. Won't let me add the article links. It keeps telling me that there was an error, and I've been trying since Sunday. Hush, hush, hush! You can't cry. You can't cry. No cry zone.
About this?
No cry zone.
Melanie Litter. That might help. Day 3.
Big old baby.
How?
Of those dash cams is interesting too, and watching Jen McCabe sneak into the house on dash cam is interesting too. Go back and look at what time she did that and compare that to what time her Google searches were made.
Back into the house?
So much.
What?
Did she just say sneak back into the house?
Yeah. She snuck into the house and compare that to when the Google searches were made.
She is seen entering the house, and it wasn't until after he was already in the unit.
Yeah. His body, and they had already been made because I think she asked her to make them like at 6:05 or something like that.
Wow.
Free $20 super sticker. I appreciate you so. Everyone is so very
Why?
generous
Does
in this
anybody
community
know?
and so kind.
Oh.
And it is so great to be here with all of you.
I'm sure it was. It
We
was
have
like
some new members this
6:05.
morning as well. So let's say hello to all of our new members.
No,
Blessed in Texas. Thank you.
Sure, she normally
We'll
good.
Google search.
I don't watch her, so she normally
He said Furrow. He was
her out there.
brunch.
I'm sorry. Okay, say it again.
I said I don't watch her, so I don't know. Is she normally, pretty unbiased and factual, or out there?
No, she's very biased,
Okay.
and she will say she's biased. No, we got to do this. Is my favorite.
There in that report, his own expert, Lolly's expert that he just mentioned right there,
I love. how
never
he's
said
married
that the
to it.
227 search didn't happen, at least not in writing.
Wait, can you see it?
Right?
I have to do it.
So he's going to try to play a little misdirection.
Hold on, I'll get it.
At 7 a.m. Long to die in cold search is the tactic is absolutely
Calamity Jane. She searched it. I don't think it was. I think it was like 6:05. And she searched it because she was asked to. Oh, I'm not. I'm talking to the people in this
misdirection.
I've lost.
And
my
what's
fucking
going to end up happening is once the defense gets that expert in cross-examination, they're going to ask him directly, can you definitively say that the 227 search did not happen? And dollars to donuts, that expert is going to say, no, I cannot definitively say that.
Because the tab wasn't. Oh my God.
There's no way. It's okay. It's not that hard. If anyone has a smartphone, like I'll pick a tab. I probably have 150 open right now. I just pick one and I backspace, over what's on there
Right.
and write something else.
I do it all the time.
Yeah. And then there have been times something else will happen and I'll, go away from it. But maybe if Karen hadn't asked her, hopefully someone heard Karen ask her to search how long to die in hypothermia. If she hadn't asked her, then yeah, that'd be a problem for me. But there are too many coincidences.
Mark my words.
Okay, Claire, mark your word. Oh, see what?
So the prosecution version is very clear what they're saying happened here is that Karen Reed arrives on the scene, finds John O'Keefe, and then is quick. Somebody Google. How long does it take to die in the cold? In the moment of discovering his body. But again, they believe, the supporters believe it was done at 2:27. So let me bring in our guest. Still with us, Kevin Lanahan, Yellow Cottage Tales,
here it
YouTube
is.
creator.
Oh my
and now
God.
joining us again, Nick Rocco, Karen Reed supporter / expert.
Got it.
Make sense to you that Karen
Yes,
Reed
Kevin.
would arrive there? Her boyfriend is in the snow and she's in the panicking.
The guy that he's talking to, if y'all aren't familiar. Hey, B10, you're welcome to come up.
Can I share his link?
Who?
Yellow
Yeah,
Cottage.
absolutely. And the link to come up is at the top. But Kevin Lanahan has Yellow Cottage Tales, and he is very good at explaining things and being very fair.
Yeah, he is. He's got a really good channel. I really enjoy him.
And he brought up something here that Lolly should have brought up but didn't, about Karen going into the house.
I absolutely love this.
How long somebody
Mr. Positive, hello. It has to move away from that heart before I can see what you said.
he asked me how long does it take?
There you go. Do you see me? I see you.
Because she knows what time she dropped him off.
Right. But first off, nobody is denying that Jennifer McCabe Googled it at 6:24, but she also Googled it at 2:27 a.m. as well.
Yep.
Now, why would Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe at 6:24 to Google how long to die in the snow when she's surrounded by police officers and medical professionals? Why Jennifer McCabe? Why her? I would ask an ambulance person or a cop. How long does it take to die in the cold if you're going to ask somebody that? It
Right.
doesn't make sense why Jennifer McCabe would be the person. And to make
That's a fantastic point, Nick Rocco.
it clear, Karen Reed did not ask Jennifer McCabe to Google that for her.
So Kevin, does it make sense to you?
Nick,
Does the evidence make sense to you that, hey, she arrives on the scene, there's 3 women, they show up, it's a panic situation, and she's looking for information because John is lying in the cold in the snow.
Well, I'm interested to see if there's going to be a witness, one of the firefighters or the police that heard that. I don't know if that's the case or not. We're going to see. But it also doesn't make really sense to me that the idea that she was Googling that at 6:24 in order to delete somehow in some weird way the fact that she had Googled it at 2:27. Why would she be thinking that at 6:24? Oh my God, I better delete my search at 2:27. Not to mention the fact that the idea is really kind of absurd. if you think about it, just leaving aside the experts for now.
Wait, Clevin, what? Hold on.
And just so y'all know, Blair is way, way more intelligent than Kevin.
That's the matter.
That one more fucking time.
Just thought I'd let y'all know.
All I see now is baby.
Well, I'm interested to see if there's going to be a witness.
Huh?
That all I see now when I look at him is that baby gap. Do.
One of the firefighters or the police that heard that. I don't know if that's the case or not. We're going to see. But it also doesn't make really sense to me that the idea that she was Googling that at 6:24 in order to delete somehow in some weird way.
Dude, we've already had 4 first
Okay, so 6:24 is when she did it.
responders, at least 3. I could be wrong. But I think 4 first responders as far as, well, let's say at least 5 first responders.
Make up your mind.
If we're including police officers testify, and none of them say they heard that.
Okay.
None of them testified that they heard this.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be a smart move on Lolly as far as strategy goes, just to get ahead of that? Wouldn't Lolly ask that question? Did you hear? Because if she did, she did.
Yeah.
But the thing is Lolly didn't ask that question, A, because he's the shittiest prosecutor I've ever seen in my fucking life, and B, because they didn't hear it happen. He's not going to ask the question that he already knows what the answer is going to be. They are going to answer, no, I did not hear that.
The Massachusetts, and I don't know if they got there while they were there. I don't think so. I think they got there later. But I don't know who heard her say that. I don't know.
And that is going to help the defense. Because if it's going to boil down to Jennifer McCabe's word against Karen Reed's word, and Jennifer McCabe is already at this point, when she's on the stand during cross-examination and this is brought up, I promise you that she's already going to be made out to be a liar to the jury. The jury is already going to have determined that Jennifer McCabe is a fucking liar by the time that Jackson and or Yannetti bring up that
call
Karen Reed
search.
Asked her to Google how long to die in the cold.
Okay.
Because it's not, it didn't fucking happen. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It didn't happen.
Okay.
Nobody heard it.
How do you know it happened? Awesome. That's pretty much what the defense does, but the jury's going to go by her testimony, how she handles answering the questions.
Yeah.
When I say pointed out as a liar, that kind of sucked Karen from the second mouths were opened.
Oh yeah. I don't know if they're going to play any of her media tour, but yeah,
they
We
should.
would have heard somebody say something about it already. If someone else heard it, Lolly would have asked the question and had them testify in open court on the record that they were witnesses to Karen Reed asking Jen McCabe if she would Google how long to die in cold.
Okay. All right.
So Plevin is just not using his brain.
Any idea why he calls him Plevin?
To make fun of him.
Right, but where does that come from? Yeah, Blair is so stupid. He just screaming.
Yeah.
Plevin should have realized this and put this together.
Well, he put so much more together than you ever thought about. All you put together are the words in chat.
Yeah, I didn't know he had a law degree.
Who?
Blair. I mean, there's more.
Yeah.
That's what I said. I didn't know I wasn't aware that he went to college and got a law degree.
I don't think he could. Now, Kevin is very smart.
Yeah.
Bartender and all that. Bartenders.
I'm making fun of Blair.
And Kevin wears clothes that fit him.
Exactly. No baby.
These first responders, he's like, I'm interested to find out if first responder is going to say, there must have been, I wonder if there was a witness. Dude, they've already testified. They've all been up there testified. What are you talking about? And maybe not all of them, but I'm saying a good number of these first responders have all gone up there and testified, and none of this Google search business has been brought up.
Play Kevin.
Not once.
Because they wouldn't have interviewed Jen McCabe. They're first responders. They're EMS. They're not police officers.
We haven't even gotten to Good or Mulaney. Did Mulaney get up there?
Joining us again, Nick Rocco. When she surrounds Karen, to you that she's really sense to me that the idea there's John is lying in the cold in the snow. Well, I'm interested to see if there's going to be a witness, one of the firefighters or the police that heard that. I don't know if
Such an ass.
that's the case or not, and we're going to see. But it also doesn't makes really sense to me that the idea that she was Googling that at 6:24 in order to delete somehow in some weird way the fact that she had Googled it at 2:27. Why would she be thinking that at 6:24? Oh my God, I better delete my search at 2:27. Not to mention the fact that the idea.
Well, Plevin, what do you mean? Why? It's the whole reason we talk about it. Is the why.
Two of their testimony when Kevin said this brought all the EMS responders were deposed. Yep, Blair don't know that. He probably didn't.
All been to two different grand juries
Mm-hmm.
and testified. Now, the first one,
Sides as well.
the first grand jury, the 227, didn't come up because it wasn't found with the Celebrite.
Right.
Celebrite upgraded, and so when they were at the federal grand jury, it did come up. That's how we know about it.
Fucking cover up the fact that she Googled it at 2:27 a.m. That's exactly why she would delete it and then try to cover it up by Googling it again. Plevin, what do you think we've been talking about this entire time?
No one cares. We only
What do
watch
you
the
mean?
comedy. Because you're hilarious. Is that it?
Is really kind of absurd if you think about it. Just leaving aside the experts for now. But they sent Jen McCabe home. This is the defense's theory now that John is still alive, clinging to life inside the house, and their plan is to drop him off outside in the lawn so he can die in the cold. And they send Jen McCabe home knowing this, and she just casually gets home, and her heart rate shows it hasn't changed at all. There's no elevation. It's completely normal, and yet she's searching this. This guy is her friend, and she's like a surrogate mother to his nephew who he's raising. It's really an absurd theory.
But you got to realize the timeline, okay? 2:12 in the morning, she arrives at her house after she left 34 Fairview Road. 2:23, she unlocks her cell phone. 2:25 in the morning, she sends 2 text messages. At 2:26 a.m., she deletes 2 screenshots, and at 2:27 a.m., she Google searches how long to die in cold. And around 2:30 and 3 in the morning, that's when Lucky the plow driver was heading down 34 Fairview Road to plow the road, and there was a Ford Edge parked exactly where John's body was found at 6 a.m.
Sir, no one has proved that there was a Ford Edge sitting there. Also, he was at the end of the road. He didn't go down the road when he saw this made-up Ford Edge.
As far as her work set, they could say the same thing about me. That kind of stuff doesn't, I can hold it together and act like,
What are you talking about?
when they were saying about how Jen McCabe's heart rate didn't go up and how she wasn't, but that could be normal because I'm the same.
We're talking about when she went home that night.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know why her heart rate would go up if she doesn't know anything has happened.
Uh-huh.
Nick just fucking sprayed Plevin down with a machine gun
Oh my
of
God.
facts.
What are you doing? You slowed it down.
Oh my God, I got to hear it again. I got to hear him. Down. Okay. Mowing down.
Had 4 first responders. I am cold. So Plevin is just not using his brain. Plevin should have realized this and put this together. That
Did I miss it?
officers testify and none of them say they heard that. None of them testified that they heard this. Wouldn't that be a smart move on Lolly as far as strategy goes, just to get ahead of that? Wouldn't Lolly ask that question? Did you hear? Because if she did, she did. But the thing is Lolly didn't ask that question, A, because he's the shittiest prosecutor I've ever seen in my fucking life, and B, because they didn't hear it happen. He's not going to ask the question that he already knows what the answer is going to be. They are going to answer, no, I did not hear that. And that is going to help the defense. Because if it's going to boil down to Jennifer McCabe's word against Karen Reed's word, and Jennifer McCabe is already at this point when she's on the stand during cross-examination, and this is
Tim, Galera would not. Hey, Perpetual. Galera could not go on without his chat with him.
brought up, I promise you that she's already going to be made out to be a liar to the jury. The jury is already going to have determined that Jennifer McCabe is a fucking liar by the time that Jackson and Orionetti bring up that Karen Reed asked her to
Oh
Google
my
how long to
God,
die in
hurry
court.
up. I'm going to get
Because it's not, it didn't fucking happen. That's what I'm trying to tell. It didn't happen.
Okay.
Nobody else heard it.
All right.
Because we would have heard somebody say something about it already.
I want to see him mow him down.
If someone else heard it, Lolly would have asked the question and had them testify in open court on the record that they were witnesses to Karen Reed asking Jen McCabe if she would Google how long to die in cold.
Awesome.
So Plevin is just not using his brain.
Okay.
Plevin should have realized this and put this together. Okay. That these first responders, like, I'm interested to find out if first responders going to say, there must have been, I wonder if there was a witness. Dude, they've already testified. They've all been up there and testified. What are you talking about? And maybe not all of them, but I'm saying a good number of these first responders have all gone up there and testified, and none of this Google search business has been brought up. Not one.
Oh,
Because they didn't interview her about what she was doing. And they had Karen standing there saying, I hit him. But they wouldn't have interviewed her.
Joining us again, Nick Rocco. You knew anything of
Okay.
when she's surrounded to you that she's
It really sense to me that the idea is sort of,
because John is lying in the cold in the snow.
well, I'm interested to see if there's going to be a witness, one of the firefighters or the police that heard that. I don't know if that's the case or not. We're going to see. But it also doesn't makes really sense to me that the idea that she was Googling that at 6:24 in order to delete somehow in some weird way the fact that she had Googled it at 2:27. Why would she be thinking that at 6:24? Oh my God, I better delete my search at 2:27. Not to mention the fact that the idea.
Well,
Whoa, I'm waiting.
Plevin, what do you mean? Why? It's the whole reason we talk about it.
I think
Is
Karen
the
might
why.
testify, Jim.
So that she could fucking cover up the fact that she Googled it at 2:27 a.m. That's exactly why she would delete it and then try to cover it up by Googling it again. Plevin, what do you think we've been talking about this entire time? What do you mean?
It's really kind of absurd. Just leaving aside the experts for now. But they've sent Jen McCabe home. This is the defense's theory now, that John is still alive, clinging to life inside the house. And their plan is to drop him off outside in the lawn so he can die in the cold. And they send Jen McCabe home knowing this. And she just casually gets home and her heart rate shows it hasn't changed at all. There's no elevation. It's completely normal. And yet she's searching this. This guy is her friend. And she's like a surrogate mother to his nephew who he's raising. It's really an absurd theory.
But you got to realize the timeline, okay?
Okay, here we go.
2:12 in the morning, she arrives at her house after she left 34 Fairview Road. 2:23, she unlocks her cell phone. 2:25 in the morning, she sends 2 text messages. At 2:26 a.m., she deletes 2 screenshots, and at 2:27 a.m., she Google searches how long to die in cold. And around 2:30 and 3 in the morning, that's when Lucky the plow driver was heading down 34 Fairview Road to plow the road, and there was a Ford Edge parked exactly where John's body was found at 6 a.m. So either that.
Okay.
Is that,
Nick
is that it?
just fucking
Oh my God.
sprayed Plevin down with a machine gun of facts. Like Nick Rocco just basically just
Nick Rocco is some guy that thinks he's I don't know. He's a douchey guy.
just went
Oh my Lord. No, he
to
didn't.
Plevin's entire fucking statement right there.
Okay.
Because
What are you talking about?
you cannot responsibly speculate on this situation on either side without noting the timeline that Nick just spelled out right there. It's extremely important because the timeline
'Cause I have to
shows
on the other one.
suspicious behavior. The timeline screams suspicious behavior, and that's just the timeline of her phone records.
Oh.
That's it. It's just the timeline of her phone records.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we're going to see, aren't we, here soon, aren't we?
So, right, exactly, Freddie Savage. Rest in peace, Plevin's narrative. It's done. It's over.
No,
And truth is easy to talk about. And I have to point out, again, this is another example, folks, of what you're seeing. Is you're seeing one person over here who states a narrative without providing any facts to prove his narrative, whereas it's on him, or at least it's on his side. It's on the prosecution side, since he believes Karen Reed is guilty. It is on the prosecution side to provide the proof. Yet here we are listening to somebody who believes Karen Reed is innocent and provides the proof to think about. Juries see this. Now, of course, they're not this right here. What I'm saying is the jury will see this happen in court when it comes to the prosecution versus the defense. Because this very same thing that's happening between Plevin and Nick Rocco is happening in court between the Commonwealth and the defense.
Have not seen that yet.
Yeah, I'm
And
not.
Microdots is making a great point here, but to
Microdots.
piggyback off that, he's saying a deletion is a deletion. There's no ambiguity. True, but we're talking also about many deletions.
But, and I've read many times on iPhones and the Celebrite and how everything moves around. Even when you extract a phone, it can screw up the timeline and timestamps. And to make room,
It'll automatically delete.
yeah, it'll automatically delete if you're putting it into, like you're extracting it into something that, I don't know, just my layman's terms, wouldn't have enough room, and things would move around to, and it would look like deletions, but apparently they have a way to know what is and what isn't.
I'll tell you what, the prosecution, I hope their experts are on point, because this is one thing the defense is going to hammer on, but I think the prosecution will be able to counter it with the right experts.
I hope so. I mean, I hope he pulls something out, because so far he's just way too laid back.
Yeah.
Deletions, not just one deletion. It's not just the 227 search that was deleted. It was every phone call that she made, including the phone calls that she made to.
No, I think it's the opposite. I think she deleted text messages, not phone calls.
Nicole Albert, which were picked up when Nicole Albert said that she was asleep, when Chris Albert said that he was asleep. The screenshot that she took of Uncle Brian, the screenshot that she took of Uncle Brian's contact info,
because she was being asked for it by Proctor,
was deleted.
So?
Yeah, I mean,
she forwarded information that she was asked for and
sent it. But I think it shows you like a calling card that you're going to send, just like when I'm going to send a picture. It comes up on mine first, and then then I send it, and it's no longer. I mean, I don't know how that works, but it wouldn't any longer be on my.
A lot of suspicious deletion going on, not just the 2:27 a.m. search. A lot of deletion going on.
Life inside the house, and their plan is to drop him off.
I just want to hear Nick Rocco lay that out one more time, because that shit is
outside
beautiful.
in the lawn so we can guy in the cold. And they send Jen McCabe home knowing this, and she just casually gets home and her heart rate shows it hasn't changed at all. There's no elevation. It's completely normal. And yet she's searching
What's up,
this guy
Tom?
as her friend, and she's like a surrogate mother to his nephew who he's raising. It's really an absurd theory.
But you got to realize the timeline, okay? 2:12 in the morning, she arrives at her house after she left 34 Fairview Road. 2:23, she unlocks her cell phone. 2:25 in the morning, she sends 2 text messages. At 2:26 a.m., she deletes 2 screenshots, and at 2:27 a.m., she Google searches House Long to Die in Cold. And around 2:30 and 3 in the morning, that's when Lucky the plow driver was heading down 34 Fairview Road to plow the road, and there was a Ford Edge parked exactly where John's body was found at 6 a.m.
Boom.
So either that person driving the Ford Edge was there for a shield from the cameras, or he didn't see John's body there.
All right, let's do this. Let's take a listen to the defense, because they have a completely different version.
Okay,
Sounds a lot like what.
And Nick didn't even have to mention. It would have helped, but it wasn't even remotely necessary by the way that he delivered that information to even reiterate the fact that Ryan Nagel's statement is consistent with that.
With what?
Ryan Nagel did not see
boom drop
John O'Keefe either in Karen's SUV.
No, he just didn't.
Or lying in the road.
Yeah, no.
Or sorry, in the yard.
He was standing on the other side of the car, and they had dark tinted windows, and so he didn't see him. But the door was open, overhead light was on. Her hands were on the wheel. Why were the overhead lights on, other than someone opened the door?
Exactly.
I mean, if you turn them on, you're digging for something. You're looking for something.
Because her hands were clearly on the wheel.
Yeah. He didn't say John wasn't in the car. He said he didn't see him.
Exactly.
Which would have absolutely I mean, and like, I'm not criticizing Nick leaving that out. I'm saying there's a time constraint here. But you could go on and on is my point. Nick could have gone on and on.
It's like he's teaching idiots. You know the way he talks? It's like.
But he's not, and if you watch him, and I'm not trying to shit Claire at all, but he's not even secure in what he's saying.
Well, no, he looks at the chat all the time, and he's like.
Rich Green printed up. He says, these are deleted.
That's a crock of shit.
You don't let him talk just a fucking minute.
Nick just told us. Let's watch.
Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe settled in at 2:27 in the morning on January 29, 2022, and typed a Google search that she would later delete. 2:27 in the morning was over 3 hours before John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn. 2:27 was over 3 hours before anyone knew or suspected that John O'Keefe was missing or hurt or in trouble. And at 2:27 in the morning, you will learn that with no one watching her, thinking she was alone with her thoughts, not worrying that anyone would know what she was doing, Jennifer McCabe typed in the following Google search: how long to die in the cold. Now, she misspelled the first word, so the actual search was how long to die in the cold, but you'll get the point. You will ask yourself, why would somebody Google how long does it take for someone to die in the cold? Unless that person knew someone who either was in that situation or would be in that situation. The Commonwealth will try to dispute the timing of that Google search. They'll try to claim that there were only 2 Google searches at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. after John's body was found. But one problem for the Commonwealth will be that we have retained Richard Green, one of the leading computer forensic experts in the country.
Oh my
He
God.
has forensically analyzed Jennifer
That's
McCabe's
really
phone
different
both
from Richard
manually
Green.
and using every appropriate type of computer software
I know,
to
Glory.
solve this issue. Rick Green will confirm for you that Jennifer McCabe did indeed make that search at 2:27 a.m. And another problem for the Commonwealth is that you will hear and see other evidence that will confirm that Jennifer McCabe is lying when she denies making that Google search at 2:27 a.m.
All right, Kevin, let me ask you, is there anything that he's saying there that doesn't make sense to you?
Well, first of all, the state has truly good experts here, elite experts in Jessica Hyde and also Ian Whiffen, who developed the Celebrate software. They're going to dispute any of these deletions. So these deletions, what we call deletions, are not necessarily something that's done by a human being, but it's files moving around. So if a file moves from one folder to another, and then when you print the report, which the defense's expert, Rich Green, printed up, he says, these are deleted.
That's a crock of shit.
No, it's
Files moving around is not going to pull. It's not going to show as a deletion. That's bullshit.
Oh,
It's
that's
not going
what they
to show
say.
as a deletion.
And your commentary up against.
That's really just something that's going on invisible within our phones all the time. It's not necessarily, it doesn't mean that somebody was actually deleting information. That's what the state's going to say.
But at 6:24, as we know, it comes up as a recent search. So she searched it at 6:24, but it was done recently at 2:27 as well.
Well, again, I'm not a forensic data person.
Yeah, exactly. Because again, folks, cell phones don't have a flux capacitor, yo.
Okay, it wasn't funny the first time you said it. It wasn't funny now.
No.
Back to the Future reference. It doesn't have a flux capacitor. Yeah. That's his reference, Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Ooh, he learned a big word or two. He thinks that's funny.
Okay.
Okay.
Cell phones
Don't have a
do not
Say it
go
again.
back in time when they hit 88 miles per hour. It's not a thing. Cell phones are not DeLoreans.
Data person, and we spent way too much time looking at this, right? So what you're going to hear is the experts actually speak in the trial, right? But at this point, it's disputed. And so you have to decide until you hear that what makes the most sense. But to me, it doesn't really, the idea of planning to leave this guy alive on your own lawn is just a crazy plan.
Well, and obviously there's going to be experts from both sides, and the jury will get to weigh their testimony. But what I've found through the years covering cases where there's a battle.
See, that's why. See,
Why?
that's another thing. That's why. I'm so glad that it's Nick Rocco up there. Like, like, I feel like almost anybody else, me definitely, but almost anybody else sitting next to Plevin, I don't know if I could resist the urge to not look over and go, dude, are you a fucking idiot? I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I could do that. Like,
Oh my God. And he says the dumbest shit you have ever heard.
I got a serious question for him. Wouldn't it have been just so much easier to just call it in and say, there was a hit and run. Why would they just pit Aaron out of everybody? The dependence on her, it would have been so much easier to just say, hey, you know, he left my house, you know, apparently during the snowstorm, someone must have hit him and took off. It would be that simple.
Yeah, but he never went in the house.
I know, that's what I'm saying, though. That's what I mean. That's what, if they were to set anybody up,
Yeah.
they have to go to that extreme. It could have been so, a simple thing is, yeah, he left my house, was walking up the street, somebody hit him and took off. Why do they think, we know he never went in the house, but this is the scenario they're running with.
The simplest answer, and I don't know about the cell phone, that bugged me for a while, but the simplest, for her to show up, and they're not framing her. How would they frame her? How would they, they're going to put his body out there with his phone and then hope maybe Karen will come back and find it rather than knock on their door or just say, he didn't come home. So John's body will lay out there till I mean, the coincidence of her coming back, what is common, and we all know this, for a couple to get in a fight and let me out. I'll walk. Just let me out. Or, you know, I'm not doing this with you. And she wasn't going in the house, probably because Higgins was in there. And he gets out. She's mad because he won't come home with her and leaves. But then you always go back when that happens. Like, you're just not going to leave somebody in the middle of the road. So she's coming back. She's mad. And I think that's when she clips him.
Mm-hmm.
Those people in the house have shit to do with any of it.
Mm-hmm.
But Jen, it does bug me how many times she called him. It bugs me because
we talked about that in the very beginning. We had a lot of questions about her.
Yeah, because after she saw him leave, it's like, okay, well, they're going home. Unless she knew they were fighting. Like maybe she heard them fighting or John had told her earlier something.
I did know that their relationship wasn't good and they weren't getting along.
Right. So I don't know if she didn't maybe think she saw something, or I just hope there is some big thing we're going to hear. But anyway, with Jen, I was even thinking Karen would be like, John, why is she calling you? Like, why is she calling you? I've also wondered if she didn't have his phone and then brought it back.
That's the possibility. He could have left it in the car. Because when you're mad and you're getting out of the car and you're already intoxicated, you know, you're heavily intoxicated. That could be. And yeah.
And the other thing is his glass and the straw were there with him, like broken.
Yeah.
If they did that in the house, they would have to gather all that up, which would be dumb, and, you know, put it with him on the lawn.
Yeah, this whole cover-up scenario just doesn't
pass muster.
No, because it would have been just simple to just lay him out there on the road and say he got hit by a hit and run, you know? I mean,
I know.
It was whiteout conditions. They were intoxicated, you know? It could, it's just insanity for anybody to even think that they would.
Well, I'll be glad when we get into the good witnesses.
Nick Rocco is pure class up there.
No, Nick Rocco is a creepy, almost JLR person.
Very much so.
I gotta point that out. Because I do not think that I could. I couldn't. It would drive me crazy to sit next to him and not be able to go. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Yeah. You look as stupid as when you do it.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, my pause game is awesome.
Know what I mean?
Battle the experts. The jury pulls back from the experts and then looks at the rest of the evidence and what makes the most sense to them. So we'll see. And obviously, it's different for you two guys. It's different for a lot of folks. Maybe 12 will agree, maybe they won't. But that's part of this case. When we come back, something else they may not agree about: the broken tail light.
I'm really anxious to find out what Karen did. She took a piece of tail light, and I don't remember. Kevin's the one that was talking about it. and she either put it by the car, by his Traverse, or she did something with that piece of taillight, but I don't know. I don't remember.
I can't wait to hear all this stuff. It's just, they need to hurry up because it's.
You never saw or otherwise observed or located a single piece of taillight material, did you?
No.
Did you see 45 pieces of bright red, black, and clear plastic
So
pieces
dumb.
scattered all over the scene?
I did not.
Oops.
So when was the taillight broken?
Okay. So right there. I mean, that's going to resonate with the jury right there.
That's not.
Again, that's the defense playing
Officer
chess.
arriving on scene to
Because they are out to prove, as they stated in their opening statements, Karen Reed is absolutely being framed. And Karen Reed is being framed by the lead investigator in this case, who would be Michael Proctor.
Lord, why?
I mean, it's just that simple.
Why is
Because how that evidence was collected is sus as fuck. And so when they do their closing arguments, they're going to say, you had two on-scene police officers state here in open court in front of you, the jury, that they did not see not one piece of taillight. Not one piece of taillight, much less 37 pieces. When that time comes, because now it's on the record, now it's done. They testified to this. Two responding police officers testified in open court that they at no point saw any pieces of taillight at that crime scene.
And
they saw leaf blowers. They saw red Solo cups. But nope.
It was dark.
And when were the pieces end up? When were they placed, or when did they fall off the car? Where were they found? Did someone put them there? Well, the defense is saying they're planted. Prosecution is saying, no, this is a vehicular homicide. It's a murder. It's done on purpose, and it's at the time of impact. If the first two responding officers didn't see any there, was it their job to look for it? Would it have been obvious? There's a snowstorm. These are all the questions that are making this much more complicated than it usually is. Now, we do know that the taillight was cracked. The prosecution is saying it's cracked because of the impact, but the defense has this video of Karen Reed the following morning backing out and perhaps striking John O'Keefe's car with the same taillight that the prosecution says was broken by John O'Keefe. Like, what are the odds of that? Making things even more complicated and more difficult, by the way, for prosecutors. So the prosecutor obviously dealt with this in his opening statement, talking about the broken taillight. So let's take a listen.
You'll hear testimony, as I said, from a number of different troopers, as well as from a number of different analysts from different labs. Included within that is Ms. Maureen Hartnett, who collected items from the vehicle, defendant's vehicle, including taillights, sort of housing from that vehicle, pieces of the taillight that were discovered in sort of front grass and front street area. There is a specialized team called CERT team. You'll hear from Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, who was supervisory role in relation to that. And then later on that day of 2019, along with Lieutenant Tully and a number of different members from his CERT team were searching for evidence within the mounds of snow in front of that house. As the blizzard is still ongoing at this point, through the afternoon hours. Among the items that they locate is a sneaker. When Mr. O'Keefe is transported to the hospital, he's found to only have one sneaker on his feet. They find the other sneaker in that area of the body. They find various pieces of the taillight. And as is wont to do, over the course of the following days, the temperatures rise, the rainstorm that comes in, and the snow melts. Over those successive days, there are additional pieces of taillights that are eventually discovered in that area of the front lawn of the street. You'll hear her testimony in regard to pieces of red and clear plastic that were microscopic in size that were found within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. Consistent, in her opinion, I anticipation testify with the same pieces of plastic contained within the defense tail.
Now, in most cases, evidence like this, it's game over very quickly, right? You've got the broken taillight at the scene. You've got pieces of it on the victim. 2 + 2 = 4. So what's going on here? Well, do you remember the case of O.J. Simpson? Same thing, the bloody glove, and somehow he wasn't convicted because in that case, the defense argued that Furman framed O.J. Simpson.
I wish Brian would give Vinny bunny ears right now.
That was a sideshow.
I'm still trying to figure out
Brian would
Rocco,
just be like,
what Rocco said to dispute, because it's a big deal on Twitter right now. Rocco pummeled Kevin I don't know. I don't understand how that happened. What are you doing? Where?
But there's a big drop about the times and the searches, and I don't think it was that big because number one, that tab was already open.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just, hey man.
I'd be strong.
Idiot. Oh God, your audience is just gonna laugh at you because
Look at that. The piece of tail light. It's the tail light, guys.
okay.
I don't know, that video that I seen on your channel that you played about the taillight thing, that totally, that sold me 100%. That was so good. You there, Heels?
By a minimum of 4 officers looking for evidence was 0. It was only later in the day when the snow was really starting to accumulate that the police miraculously started to find pieces of taillight on the property. The police only started to find pieces of the taillight after Michael Proctor had seized Karen Reed's car. There is no competent evidence that Karen Reed's taillight shattered at Brian Albert's home in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022. To the contrary, you'll learn that when Karen left John at Brian Albert's house, she drove back to John's house on Meadows Ave across town in Canton. So she got back into her Lexus. She backed up out of the garage to leave the driveway. And when she did,
And we found
the
out
white
yesterday
rear tail
that he always parked his car in the garage.
Yeah.
light of her Lexus struck John's parked vehicle in the driveway.
There's the broken taillight right there.
That video that you have on your channel from, was it Hillbilly Nitro?
Yeah.
That video is so telling. I mean, yeah. And the arriving officers are just patrol officers. They would not be investigating because they just got there. They didn't even know what was going on. They didn't know it was a crime scene, and they wouldn't have done it anyway.
Yeah. Yep. That's I mean, you can see it right there.
You can see the tail light, yeah.
And her tail light
Right there. That piece hanging, there should be bread all around that.
Yeah.
That was the same tail light that the prosecution now claims was broken outside the Albert residence hours earlier at 12:30 a.m. But we have video evidence that the tail light was actually broken at 5 a.m., many hours after the prosecution needs that tail light to have been broken.
Where's BTM? We need.
All right, Kevin.
I don't know.
You must be working or something.
Why didn't they find this stuff? Why did it take so long to find these broken taillight pieces?
Oh, it's an essential question, and this is a part of the defense's theory that's easily debunked. Okay, so what initially happens is,
I can't
Claire, shut
fucking
up.
wait for this.
Me
is
either.
John
Sure.
is struck. He's knocked 6 to 12 feet onto the lawn. There's no snow at that time. It lights slightly snowing during the course of the night. The snow doesn't accumulate around him because of his body warmth. Okay, then sometime, say around 5 o'clock.
You see what he's saying?
What?
Plevin knows what he's doing, but he's just fucking bad at it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
No.
Because here he is, and he tries to slip in this little language like 6 to 12 feet, this vague fucking major variance in distance. When he tells this
Oh, God.
theory, when he
makes himself-
debunks the defense's theory, these little things. He thinks he's slick doing it, but he's going to ultimately just fucking emit a nothing burger here. It's going to be nothing here.
Also, him intimidated.
What initially happens is John is struck. He's knocked 6 to 12 feet onto the lawn. There's no snow at that time. It lights slightly snowing during the course of the night. The snow doesn't accumulate around him because of his body warmth. Okay. And sometime, say around 5 o'clock in the morning, by then there's an inch or two of snow, and the plowman, Lucky Loughran, comes down and plows it. Now, even though that's not a lot of snow, it's enough to make a plow bank, and you can see it in the dash cam video that maybe it's about 16 inches by 16 inches. Okay, so later on, when the city police, the Canton police are looking, they're only looking around where John's body is. So they're able to see the cocktail glass pieces because that's in the grass there. But the taillight pieces are on the street in the curb area. And they're buried underneath that plow bank. And that
underneath the snow, that's been placed there by the snow plows that have come through.
Yes, and there's no way, every city knows.
Then how were they found in the yard?
They didn't
in the
find
grass,
him
Plevin.
in the yard.
Explain that shit.
They found him in
So you're saying Lucky Loughran came along and plowed the road.
Yeah.
And the pieces of taillight were in the road, and then wherever he plowed, they ended up way down God knows where underneath the snowbank that Lucky Loughran plowed.
Yeah.
That happened that they were broken on the road in the snow, Claire.
Right? I mean,
the taillight didn't fly. The taillight.
You're telling me that he plowed and then all of the taillights went flying into the yard as he plowed?
Flying.
Go flying.
That's what happened?
No.
Oh,
Bird?
We're in the snowbank right there.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Flying.
City knows in the state that except for the 3 big cities, these crime, any kind of suspicious death will automatically go to the state police. And so those cops knew that morning, and they were never going to take a shovel to a state police crime scene. So they didn't dig through that plow bank at all. And it wasn't until those pieces weren't found, and it was maybe one substantial size piece, and the rest, they're making a point of saying there were 45 pieces, but most of them were just tiny little pieces, you know.
So how was it found on top of the snow?
It was not found on top of the snow. You can see the shovel marks there. It was
Nick is thinking exactly
like you.
Exactly
like you.
What I was about to ask him.
That's not saying much for Nick.
How'd they find it on top of the snow?
They didn't.
Dug out, and that's just one more trick by this PR campaign that's run by Karen Reed.
A PR campaign run by Karen Reed. So here,
yeah, you can see when you look at the taillight pieces, you can see where they've dug. You can see the shovel marks.
Yeah.
There's this. Plevin can't take it. Did you see what happened right there?
I love that shit. This is something that is the most predictable of anybody who is completely full of fucking shit in a debate. And Plevin just fell for, I mean, he just basically showed
debates now.
Showed his entire hand right there.
Do what?
Because what always ends up happening.
I want to talk about debates now because he kind of got handed.
Yeah, you did. Keep going. Go on.
Is when you are proven wrong by somebody, you have to take a jab. You have to make an outlandish accusation and a jab at the person that you're debating.
What? Yeah, Kevin never takes a jab, ever. Where did he take a jab?
I only ever see Kevin do factual.
Yeah, I mean, he's very kind.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead with the bullshit.
Because he didn't say, he was careful not to say Nick Rocco was part of that PR campaign. But he absolutely implied it by saying, oh, well, since Nick Rocco just said this, it's part of Karen Reed's public relations campaign.
No, that's not what he said. The publication campaign, or the PR campaign, made everybody think that it was on top of the snow.
Right.
Saying Rocco put it on the fucking snow.
That is not a thing that I have seen any evidence of. And again, I mean,
you
again, as I stated before, I'm a bad look. I understand. But I mean, Karen Reed, if you're paying people, you know what I mean? No, I'm a bad look. I get it. But you know, just saying. I'm happy to be part of a PR team.
Karen Reed, what about this piece? And they showed 50 found something on top of the snow. How do you make it through
One part, there's a lot of people scratching their heads. Let's take a look.
A good week after John O'Keefe's death, Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, an older officer on the brink of retirement with probably not the best eyesight, someone he supposedly was driving happened to be driving past Brian Albert's house. And by the way, Brian Albert is someone with whom Chief Berkowitz is also good friends. And this older man allegedly spotted.
And again, let me debunk the debunk. Okay? Because if I'm in that debate, I feel like I'm winning it only because I refuse to get into the taillight argument with anybody.
Oh.
And I'll tell you why. Because we're talking about a trial now. Here we are at trial. And what matters is what the validity of the taillight holds as far as evidence. And I'm telling you right now, as I've said many, many times, it holds nothing. Zero. No validity whatsoever. And the reason why is because of how the evidence was collected, what the status of the credibility of the
That's true. The evidence would have got thrown out. It would have never got accepted into evidence.
Right.
investigator who supposedly collected it, how that investigator collected it and logged it into evidence, when they logged it into evidence, how they preserved the evidence, the chain of custody of that evidence. All of these things are going to be what matters in court. And in court, once this is brought up, and I promise you that is going to be the focus of the defense, they're not going to play these little back and forths of how the fucking taillight was found and what happened and when the taillight broke or blah, blah, blah. They might touch on it a little bit. What's ultimately going to convince the jury is the fact that the taillight evidence is suspect in how it was collected and how it was preserved and the chain of custody.
They found it that night. The CERT team and the state police found it that night, like the same day, in a blizzard.
How it was documented. That's what is going to matter.
Yeah, we don't know anything about how it was documented. We don't have any chain of custody on any of it.
In court, period. Plain and simple. Because they're going to try to say that taillight fragments were found in John O'Keefe's clothing. And already in open court by these first responders, it has been already documented that it's normal for them to just throw clothing on the floor. Now that might work good for the prosecution. Well, okay, it always happens. Of course, sure. That doesn't mean that taillight fragments is suspicious that taillight fragments were found in his clothing. Okay, sure.
You're trying to save the patient. You don't give two shits about the clothes.
Yeah, they don't. And I don't think there were taillight fragments in the ambulance or on the hospital floor.
They were sprawled all over the floor, in the ambulance, and then on the hospital floor, right? That's already been established in court. So what's going to matter is when Alan Jackson, most likely, I could see him being the one to do this, pull up, I got a paper towel, pull up a document and go, can you tell me what that date is right there? Proctor, Michael Proctor, tell me what that date is right there. As far as the logging of evidence of those pieces of clothing. And once the jury sees that that evidence was not logged in, that his clothing, where these microscopic pieces of taillight were found, wasn't logged into evidence for 3 weeks from the time that that picture was taken to where it was laying all over the floor in the hospital. That's what the jury's going to see. That's what the jury.
So where did he log it in when he took it to the crime lab?
I don't. I'll have to go. I'd have to go back and look. I don't.
No, I think it's just mentioned in a report.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that that is the chain of custody form. There will be a whole long, probably pages of when custody went here, but he is responsible for that evidence from the time he picks it up from the hospital until court. So if it has to go somewhere, he has to take it and then bring it back. So I'm thinking it was taken to the crime lab. 3 weeks later, he brings it back and puts it back into evidence.
Right. That would make sense.
Yeah.
Attention to that's what's going to be pressed on. That I can promise you. Because anything could have happened in those 3 weeks. Why did the lead investigator wait 3 weeks to take the smoking gun evidence that the prosecution is trying to use? Why did it take the lead investigator 3 weeks to log it into evidence? That makes that evidence useless to a jury.
That depends on where the evidence was. I doubt he was just carrying it around for 3 weeks.
Oh, he wasn't.
It was out at a lab or somewhere being tested.
Yeah, well, that's how they found out there were microscopic pieces.
It wasn't like he was carrying it in his car for 3 weeks, you know?
But that's the defense.
Okay, the police chief driving by. Are you bothered by that?
It's a little bit odd, but you have to also understand that there was, if you look at the weather, there was a January thaw then, so the snow melted quite a bit during the week, and the deputy police chief lives across the street. You know, why was this guy inserting himself? I don't know, but that wasn't even essential evidence anyways to the case.
5 seconds, final word.
This is the same former
I should have said at least 3 weeks. Excuse me.
for police that was found in the Canton Police Department.
Anyways to the case.
5 seconds, final word.
This is the same former chief of police that was found in the Canton Police Department garage with Brian Higgins, unbeknownst to anybody else.
No,
they were in there.
No,
they know what they did.
That's We have no evidence of that whatsoever. None. Was that
Yeah.
even brought up in the opening?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything to prove any of that either.
No. Vianetti said some shit about that. Oh, the cameras just happened to be off while Higgins and Berkowitz were in the Sally Port together. And the Sally Port, you go in, and most of them, because I tried researching what they're like inside, you go into the where you check in, and then there's holding cells, and the jail's back there. It's just going in the back door.
Right.
And as far as Karen's PR team, you know, I look at documents. I don't get my information from the Alberts and the McCabe's like you do. So, you know, please,
Big thanks to Nick Rocco, Kevin Lenahan. Thanks for being on.
Nick, motherfucking Rocco, not taking
Oh my God.
Oh my God. You get yours from the and they're not even, it's not McAlberts. That is so disrespectful.
It is.
But see, and Kevin is just not a mean person, but Karen gets her evidence, you know, and so does this guy Rocco from Karen. They all get it from Karen.
Petty shit, my friends.
You're getting all
hang out
from Karen and Turtle Boy. So hey, you know.
With you guys as much as I can in those few days.
Also, Blair, if you're listening, it's not Karen. A man died. So it's not a sham, no matter how you want to think about it.
Yep.
We'll go over as much as we possibly can. We might do a little recap. I'd like to do a recap of this entire week at some point, and maybe I'll do those in a couple of parts. But I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this one up. Okay,
one more thing, real quick. What is that? So different on your phone than this.
Yeah, it is. It is for me too. My laptop and my phone just like next day. Mary, we didn't bother to think of. Even if it would have been them trying to cover up a murmur, and Karen happened to just coincidentally wander back to the house, not once, but twice. Don't you think it would have been easier for them all to surround her and all the police officers and stick with the story that it was a total accident? You know, she didn't see him. It was near blizzard conditions. It was dark, you know. So what if she'd have got a DUI? But you know, they could have surrounded that as well, and for, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't think about that stuff. I mean, it would have been a lot easier than what they're saying.
Months ago. And
he is so rude to women.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, really rude.
at the end of every expert report, the expert always writes.
And I'm not crazy.
This is my
about
opinion
her.
now. But if more evidence or information is made available to me, I may change.
I this. He would say this.
He did one, and I guess I put it on my.
Someone mentioned in chat that they saw me drop in somebody else's chat. I dropped in Dolly's chat for a second.
Oh my God, there
'cause I
was
just left a
not.
comment. I got to give Dolly props.
Not a better video on Blair than when Dolly. Did you see it when Dolly was critiquing him?
I might have. I don't remember.
It was so funny.
Watch a lot of, I rarely ever watch Dolly.
Yeah, I watched it because of that. Because he had.
But I am giving him some attention this week on the Sebastian Rogers crap he's been saying in his thumbnails. But he'll probably try to strike me. Because he likes to do that when you review him.
I know, me Tim. Okay, well, I'm going to go and probably take a nap.
Yeah, I gotta act like I got something done today. My husband's on daylight this week, so I gotta act like I got something done.
All right. Well, we'll talk to y'all later. See you in the morning.
All right, we'll see you.
Okay.
Bye, everybody.
Which one can I do? I'll do this.
Just like the sunrise needs the sky, just like the blackbird needs to fly, I gotta have you by my side, 'cause you make me feel alright. I know some people play it cool, but baby, I ain't that kind of fool. When I'm with you, girl, there ain't no rules, 'cause you make me feel alright. I thank my lucky stars that life turned out this way. No matter where we are, I know this love is here to stay. Well, I've seen good times and I've seen bad. There've been some happy, there've been some sad.
Bye.